Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Happy Saturday. So, how much snow does everybody have? Because that seems to be the only question in the universe this week. We, where I am right now in southern Ontario, just enjoyed a on again, off again, mostly on 7-day blizzard with about a 1-day break in the last 24 hours or so, and now we're in for supposedly about 30 centimeters overnight. That's about, I want to say 13 inches to those listening from America. And in the latest weather model, which actually looks like boobs if you look at it, the area I particularly am in is possibly getting down to minus 50. That is 50 negative Celsius within the next 30 hours. So that should be fun. It's definitely colder today than it was yesterday, but at least the heat is still on for now. I promise you it won't be in about 10 hours, but at least it's on for now. I have promised the puppy that I will do whatever it takes to keep him warm. He has his sweater and is currently under a blankie. It's just shy of 1 foot. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'd forgotten that. No, I think 30 centimeters is exactly a foot. Oh, but I don't have a ruler handy to check it. I got in trouble for bringing a metal ruler to school once. My plastic one broke. It was all I had. And it was a ruler. Anyone remember those stainless steel rulers that had cork on the bottom so they wouldn't slide off your desk? Apparently not allowed to have that in middle school. I guess we round up in class here. Why am I stiffy? I'm stiffy because it's freezing. So, last week, a few things actually happened, other than us burning the book a record number of times. I'm still proud of that. Ugh. But let's see. They finally did it. He said she could leave after only 2 weeks. She was happy at the idea of leaving, even though we've never seen her sad at the idea of supposedly being in captivity, because we never saw that either. And then he got super pissed off that she was happy at no longer being held prisoner, so he stormed out of the door and literally disappeared. Then she went into the world's most pathetic spiral, demanded to be taken back to his place in Italy, which apparently is allowed, even though he let her go. I guess he didn't tell anyone that. She then moped about in bed, walked on the beach by herself, and refused to eat for 11 days. Then it came on the news that something happened to him. We're still not exactly sure what. And then, of course, she was all devastated with oh, I really love him, and oh, he's never coming back to me. This person that she's known for like maybe 2 weeks. And he's been gone a lot of that time because he disappears for days at a time. And he's been absolutely horrible when he's been around. But of course, he miraculously reappears. She has like a fucked up dream sequence that we still don't know what it means. There was some implication about whatever the hell is medically wrong with her, but it didn't match anything we've been told. So there's that. And then, of course, he's there. He just appears again. He comes back. Oh, no, she went home. That's right. She finally gave up, said he's never coming back, went home, saw her family, saw her best friend, who's a professional whore. I like the best friend. So far, the best friend's my favorite character. They went clubbing. She ran into the ex. He pulled what I guess to some people would have been a reveal of, oh yeah, he was drugged that night at the club. That's why he slept with the other woman for the pictures that I guess were real. But, it's literally straight out of Heartbreakers. But who cares? And then, of course, they go back to her apartment and mob boss guy is there, because why wouldn't he be? He's just there now. And of course, he wants to kill the former boyfriend. And then they banged, and then only after they banged did she realize, oh, he has bandages on his chest and is bleeding, and something happened that he won't tell her, and I think that's where it stopped. Or I stopped, or my brain exploded. One of the two. Ugh. Stiffiness not good. But we shall continue. We've got approximately 3 weeks of this book left. So I have scouted the next book. I will probably order it I'm not going to order it now because, like, literally everything's at a standstill because of the weather, so it wouldn't matter. So I'm going to wait until, like, next week when things actually get moving again because I think that will actually be faster. Also, the new wine glass is stuck in the mail somewhere, and the delivery time now says, please stand by. I'm not kidding. It no longer has a delivery time because the mail is so disrupted because of the weather right now. So it'll get here. It is in the postal system somewhere. I can't even confirm what country it's in right now, but it'll get here eventually. But for now, we shall kick things off. Oh, I am not tired. I am not tired. Nope, not tired at all. All rise for our national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Alright, let's get things going. First things first, of course. Yes, metal rulers are way better than the plastic shit. I never actually stopped carrying it, I just learned to hide it in my binder. And then when I got to high school, it wasn't a problem. But yeah, especially if I needed a ruler for like an art project, always go for metal. But let's see. First things first, we have to introduce all of our ducks, all of our wonderful pantheon of ducks that we've been building over the years, and we still have some building to do. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glessiel, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, and Ferguson. All looking wonderful this evening. And nobody tried to escape. Nobody almost got eaten by my dog, who is wearing his sweater and hunkered under his blanket and has left a sign that says, "Call me when it's warm." So, in our ducks that still need to migrate and join our other ducks for $10 at the PayPal link at the top of the screen if you wish to sponsor a duck, we have Scuba Diver Duck, Flounder Duck, Mr. Spock Duck, Chicken Jockey Duck, Orion Slave Girl Duck, and Cupid Duck all available. And when they are all sufficiently migrated over to join the others, we will get new ducks and paint up some new designs. Also, if you have any ideas for future ducks you would like to see, please leave them in the chat or the Discord. I will write them down and eventually they will be painted into a duck. But for now, these are our available ducks. If you wish to sponsor a painted duck, please specify which duck. Because if you just say painted duck, I'm going to be confused. At the $25 option, we have Putting Me in Handcuffs for this evening. Wow, my boobs really look good tonight, don't they? Ugh. I got a bra that doesn't fit by adding an extender to it. Handy tip. But we have our very real police issue handcuffs. There is a key in the pouch as well as a key on a string around the monitor because these are not safety cuffs and we practice safety here. So there are two keys within reach, one of which can't fall and be out of reach. That's why it's on a string because we practice safety here. So for $25, you can put me in these for half of the allotted reading time, which is about 2 hours, and watch me struggle. It's fun. These are my personal faves still. I still got to decorate this pouch, though. I've been saying it for months, and I haven't done it. I also need to clean it because it has tape residue on it. That's okay. That'll come off. But I do need to bling this up a little. It is distinctly lacking bling. And I have so much bling around here to glue onto it. You know, might as well do things stylish. And because I always forget something, I forgot to top up this glass, but at the appropriate drinking time, I will fill this glass a little fuller than it is right now, and for $50, you can make me chug this in one go, and hopefully it stays down, because I ate way too late today and haven't eaten as many Tums as I wish I had. Why do I have a red mark on my neck? You know, I bet that's a puppy scratch. He chews his nails and he gets sharp edges and he scratches me every now and then. This is actually a dress. It goes, it goes like this, and it's actually a maxi dress that I got at Giant Tiger, forever ago. But yeah, just a very tight bra that has been in my closet for several months, but arrived smaller than it was supposed to be, so couldn't return it, and everything else is in the wash. Which I'm desperately hoping I can get laundry done on Sunday and that the pipes haven't frozen, because I really need to do laundry. And Sunday's a good day to do laundry. It's usually dead, so it's a good day. So for right now, I am just hoping that the pipes don't freeze before then. Though I am going to have to wear a blanket to go in the laundry room because it's in the basement where there's no heat and it's cold. Like, even in the summer, it's cold in there. But in the winter, I swear to God, I've gone in there and been able to see my breath. And with how cold it's supposed to get. Like, I've never seen it forecasted that it could get down to minus 50 before. That's the first for me. Somebody was asking me the other day if I had a solar generator, and it occurred to me later I don't even know what that is. But whatever it is, I don't have one. Alright, so here we go. We're on page 201 of 326. So let's see if we can do page count. I do have our burn list / checklist. It's right here. We have all of our tabs. We have our list of words that are burnable. I did refill the lighter because it was not lighting quite so great. So I refilled it, so we should be good to go. It was solar cell USB charger. Ah, that would be cool. Yeah, I've wanted one of those for a long time. Because that would be fun, because then at least I could charge my phone or, various other things. Because the odds of the power or, probably power and internet go out for a while is pretty high. If we get that much snow all at once and it's that cold, power lines don't tend to like that. But we'll see. It's been super cold today, but it hasn't snowed yet. I mean, we still have all the snow we got in the last week, so the roads aren't clear, but pretty sure school's already closed on Monday. They've been closed all week. But most of everything's been closed all week. Now the States is about to get it. Okay, so we fall back into the story after they've had sex, and only after they have banged did she notice that he's injured, even though she totally would have been able to see that while they were doing the banging. But since when has this book made any sense? You need to see a doctor, I said in a commanding voice. Massimo showed me a warm, uncharacteristically submissive look. I'll do whatever you want, but first we need to have breakfast. Your fasting has come to an end. Yeah, sure, he's just bleeding from probably tearing open stitches during the sex, but yeah, let's have breakfast first. That makes sense. He said, stepping out of the bathtub and placing a kiss on my forehead. I went to the fridge to look for something to eat, but the only thing inside were wine, water, and some juices. The man in black went over, leaning his face over my shoulder, looking inside the empty fridge. Well, today's menu's rather limited, he said. I haven't been hungry lately, but there's a grocery store downstairs. I bet you'd like to feel like an ordinary human being for a change. Go get us something to eat. I'll make you a list and prepare breakfast, I said, shutting the fridge. Massimo took a step back and leaned over the kitchen table. As in, do grocery shopping? He said, frowning. Isn't he actively bleeding right now? Wouldn't that be, noticeable? And not somebody you want in a grocery store? Yes, Don Massimo. Groceries, butter, bread, bacon, and eggs. Breakfast. Okay, if she's so worried, why isn't she going and doing the shopping? I am not sleepy. With a chuckle, the man in black left the kitchen, calling out as he went, write me a list. How big is this apartment of hers, by the way? Because that's where they are. They're now in Poland. It's like the fourth country we've been in. After telling him how to reach the store, which was located in the same building about a dozen feet from the main entrance, I watched him get in the elevator. I suspected it would take him more time than it should, less than I needed to get myself made up. I rushed to the bathroom, combed my hair, applied some quick makeup. One of those, I have no makeup on, that's just how I look every morning things. Put on a tracksuit and sat on the couch. He just woke up next to you. He's already seen you without the makeup, so maybe less vapid. Like, there really is nothing to her. She really is just a superficial bimbo. Massimo returned faster than I thought, without using the intercom. When did you get to Poland? I asked as soon as he came back. He hesitated, glancing at me. Breakfast first, talk later, Laura. I'm not going anywhere. Not without you, anyway. Why do I think they're about to go somewhere? He put the groceries on the table and walked over to me. You make breakfast, baby girl. Here we go. We get to play with fire on only the second page. Okay. I know next to nothing about cooking. Meanwhile, I'll need to use your laptop. I do not let anybody use my computer ever. Oh, still remember the last time I let one of my idiot cousins use my computer because she wanted to play games, and I told her, if you play any of my games, start your own file. Does she fucking listen? No, because she's a brain-dead twit who doesn't understand how games work and has no respect whatsoever, and she wound up erasing a game file of mine that I had put 45 hours into already. And then she couldn't understand why I was furious with her. Because, as she too often said, it's just a game, it doesn't matter, it's not even real. To which I wanted to slam her head into the wall several times and ask her if that felt real, but, I'm told you're not supposed to do these things. And no, she wasn't a child when this happened. She was, like, late teens. She was more than old enough to know better. She's just horribly inconsiderate, rude, selfish, self-centered, and stupid. I pushed myself to my feet and headed to the kitchen. You're in luck. I love to cook and I'm pretty good at it. I am pressing X to doubt from everything we've ever been told about her. I said and got to work. In 30 minutes, we were sitting on the soft rug in the living room having an all-American breakfast. Why would the two not American people cook an all-American breakfast? And also, what is it with these two and sitting on the rug? You said there's a kitchen table. Why aren't you sitting at the table? Excuse me. Excuse me. Ugh. Okay, Massimo, I've been in long enough. Talk, I said, putting my fork down. The man in black leaned against the couch and took a deep breath. Excuse me. Now I have hiccup. Why am I having it? This is not okay. Ask away, he said, pinning me with his icy stare. How long have you been in Poland? I asked. Since yesterday morning. Have you been here while I was out? Yes. He left with Olga around 3 in the afternoon, so he's been spying on her. That's... But we've already established... We also found out that the thing in her arm isn't actually birth control, it's an RFID tracker. Which also, I predict, means by the end of the book she finds out she's pregnant, which he seemed to be doing on purpose, by the way. How do you know the code, and how many keys are there to this apartment? I came up with it myself. It's the year of my birth. One of only two of us have the key. 1986. He was only 32. I got back to my interrogation. It was more important than his age. Have your people been here since I got here? Massimo crossed his arms on his chest, smiling. Of course. You didn't think I'd leave you alone, did you? Confirming that him staying away from her for the past 2 weeks was just mind games. It was just mind games and him fucking with her. That's all it is. And it worked because he is officially the center of her universe. She can't do anything without him. I had known the answer to that question, even if only subconsciously. That feeling of being watched constantly. It hadn't come out of nowhere. You were told there's an RFID tracker in your arm. And by the way, why hasn't she removed that? Because that's the first thing I would do. How about yesterday? Did you send people to follow me? No, I followed you myself, Laura. I've been to all those places, including your ex-boyfriend's apartment. I can tell you this. When you got into his car at the club, I was this close to shooting the guy dead. I'm betting that still happens. Massimo's gaze was cold and deathly serious. Let's clear something up. Either you stop seeing him at all, or I get rid of him. I knew negotiating wouldn't get me anywhere, but hundreds of hours of training on how to manipulate people don't go to waste. I knew how to spin this. Okay, what the fuck was her former job? Because we got told she did something in hotels, but I don't think we know what. And hundreds of hours of manipulating people? Like, what did she sell timeshares in Florida? What? Oh, but before I forget, we have a burn baby burn on the other side, so let's do that. Yeah, I don't think she thinks much. Not striking me as a thinking person here. But we have our first burn it up time. Let me just adjust the camera a little bitsy. There we go. Okay, that's better. First time tonight. Do we think we will have another record-breaking night? It would be nice, but I kind of doubt it. But for the first time tonight, our first burn is Baby Girl. Last time that was like 5 out of 7. He likes this phrase. But for now, 3, 2, 1. Come on. Fire, fire, fire. Yeah, this one definitely smokes way more than any of the others. I don't remember any of the others visibly smoking when we burn them. But this one does. And it smolders, which is very weird. Like, there's so much smoke coming off of this. Come on, go out. There we go. Hey, overlap. We can see through 2 pages at once. It does smell nice, though. Really, really has that, like, wooden log in the fireplace on the cold winter's night smell really good. See, now that needs to be a Yankee Candle scent. Wood-burning log. I'd buy that in a candle. I'm just surprised you see him as a rival, I said impassively. I didn't think you'd be afraid of any competition, especially after I saw those photos. He's definitely not of any interest to me. Envy is weakness. You only feel it when you know your rival's worthy. So, at least as good as you, or even better. I faced him and kissed him softly. I didn't think you had weaknesses. Okay, you're assuming the person is, like, intelligent. Like, this is a guy who deals with worry by shooting people in the head. So you're not helping your cause here. If the aim is to keep the ex alive, which, why do you care? You said you're done, so be done. The man in black sat still in silence, playing with his cup of tea. You know what, Laura? You're right. I can accept an argument if it's rational. What do you suggest? Well, if she's never going to see the guy again, why does this matter? Like, just let it be. What do I suggest? I repeated his words. Nothing. That part of my life is behind me. I don't care if Martin feels otherwise. He can keep pestering me. I don't care. Besides, just like you, I never forgive disloyalty. Oh, and while we're talking about him, what did you put in his drink on my birthday? Massimo set his cup down and said discomfited. That's not a word. That is not a word. And I am not having a dyslexic moment. DISCOM F-I-T-E-D. Discomfited look. That is not a word. This is not a fucking word. They're making up words. This is not a word. I refuse to believe this is a word. What? You thought I wouldn't find out? That's why you forbade me to talk to him. So I wouldn't learn the truth. I hissed, my teeth suddenly clenched. Why do you care? Why do you care? If you're done with him, why do you care? And it sounded like you were done before you ever left for your trip, so why do you care? And like, we all predicted that the photos were fake anyway because it's that obvious. I refuse to believe that is a word. I mean, maybe after I've had a drink or two, then I'll believe you, but right now I don't believe you. And you have teenagers. Ask either teenager if that's a word. They're going to look at you like you have two heads. Hi, Sadell! Yes, we are all popsicles. Oh, I think you're probably in a warmer place than some of us right now. We're expecting minus 50 and about a foot of snow. The snow is manageable. The minus 50, not so much. And I was looking for this really ugly shirt that I have. It's like my version of a sweater. It's just a thick guy's shirt that I bought for like $2 at Goodwill. It's ugly as hell, but it's warm. And it doesn't bother me the way sweaters bother me. And I was looking for it because it's not in the wash. I know it's not because I only wear it when it's extremely cold. And I couldn't find the damn thing. I'm like, this is my favorite sweater. It's not a sweater, but it's my favorite sweater. And I know it has to be in my closet. Except it's not in the closet. You know, once the puppy's awake, I'll interrogate him because I'm sure he knows where it is, but he generally knows where everything is because generally he's the one who moved it from where it should be. And then when I find it in some weird place, he's just like, well, I thought you might like it if it was over there. Said they'll at least you have your dragons to snuggle with to keep you warm. I have a puppy who looks at me and goes, I'm dying, keep me warm. What counts is that he cheated on you. Okay, ladies in the chat, if you are with a guy, and let's pretend you actually care, which she doesn't, but let's pretend you're with someone you actually care about, and they get drugged, and then they cheat on you. Do you count this as cheating? Or do you blame them for it? There's a few different ways you could go with it. Hello, persnickety. I hope you and Puppy Girl are wrapped up warm. Does she have that red blanket that she likes that I want to steal? Because I'm pretty sure that was a Sasha birthday present, so she should be all wrapped up in her nice red blankie. She's like Bo. She doesn't have a whole lot of fur. What counts is that he cheated on you. Not everyone feels the need to do that under the influence of what he got. It wasn't a roofie or MDMA. It was simply something that made the alcohol work faster. So we're just gonna bullshit some kind. You couldn't have even like just made it a roofie, so it's like just really obvious. Like, now we're just making up some kind of mystery drug that made him drunker faster but didn't make him want to cheat on you. Because we're just splitting hairs now. We only wanted him to get drunk quicker than normal. I won't lie to you. I had my hand in that. But he didn't go after you as soon as you ran away. I did slow him down, of course, but just think. How much would that have changed? Would you really like the whole situation to have played out differently? God, he's such a manipulative douchebag. He rose from the floor and took a seat on the sofa. Sometimes I get the impression you forget who I am. I can change for you when I'm with you, but I won't change for everybody else. If I want something, I get it. I would have kidnapped you that day or some other. It was just a matter of time and method. Wow! That's like a whole level of terrifying statement. Yes, they are. Yes, they are currently trying to give the kidnapper, murderer, mafioso guy the higher moral ground. Yep. He is supposed to be the good guy right now because the drugged boyfriend didn't go after her faster, even though he said, I stopped him when he did, and I would have taken you anyway. Couple inches of snow and sleet, more coming tonight. 19 Fahrenheit with a wind chill of 6. Whatever the wind chill is, it'll be below 0. Yeah. Draw -5, 0. That's what we're expecting next, 36 hours. So, lot more than 0, because once you hit, as we figured out in the last couple weeks, once you hit -40, Celsius and Fahrenheit become the same thing, and I think they stay that way. So, yeah. Go down about 40 more degrees and you're where we're about to be. I predict this may be only the second or third time, I'd have to look it up, in my lifetime where I predict that the Great Lakes will freeze. It has happened. It's rare. Very rare. Very, very rare. But it might happen. This is the kind of weather that could make that happen. Also, I totally predict Niagara Falls is going to freeze. That hasn't happened in 5 or 6 years. It does happen every now and then. There are plenty of medications that would enhance alcohol. Yeah, like oxys or, I would assume like Xanax, Ativan, lorazepam, all that stuff would probably do it too. Yeah, it doesn't take much to, enhance the effect of alcohol. -40 is equal, then it diverges again, both up and down. Okay. Thank you, Link. And hi. Excuse me. His words made me angry. Well, duh, I would hope so. I think this is possibly the only time she's actually in the right to be angry. I knew he would have done what he wanted, but the knowledge that I had nothing to say about any of that was making me furious. He took you captive. What part of her stupid is getting worse? Is there some kind of mystery? Should have been an episode of House heart condition that also makes you stupid? You really want to dwell on the past. We can't change it now, he said, leaning towards me and squinting slightly. You're right. I concede. Yeah, because it's been like a whole month. And had she forgotten that he's like bleeding from the concern that he's like injured or something? This is all nothing and no chance for input. Yep. 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 What about Naples? I asked, screwing my eyes shut at the thought of the words I'd heard weeks ago. The TV said you were dead. Massimo stretched out on the sofa, leaning back. He studied me for a while as if trying to gauge just how much of the truth I'd be able to bear. Finally, he started talking. When I left our hotel room, I went to reception. I wanted to give you some time to make your decision. Crossing the hall, I noticed Anna stepping into the car of her half-brother. I knew that if Don Emilio were here, something must have happened. Did we or did we not predict that for her to have the balls to say to him, I'm going to kill Laura, that she had to be protected? And sure enough, she's the daughter, niece, something of a mob, something, something. I interrupted him. What do you mean, Don? Emilio is the head of the family in Naples. Western Italy is their turf. After what she said when we met her and knowing her character, I knew Anna was up to no good. I had to leave you. I knew she wasn't expecting that. And if she wanted to get to you by going after me, I needed to mess up her plan. So I got back to the yacht and went to Sicily from there. In order to keep up appearances, I ordered one of the women from the staff at the Titan to join me. She put on your clothes and went home with me. Then we went to Naples. I've been planning to meet Emilio for weeks. We run some businesses together. Okay, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's just unravel the load of crap he just told her, because none of that's true. But he's saying, no, he didn't storm off pissed off because she actually wanted to leave. No, no, no. I left to protect you from the Psycho X because me going off alone, knowing that she would target you, so I left you defenseless and alone and clueless. Like, even what he's saying doesn't make any sense. Because if Laura's the target, him going off, and I guess he's saying, I made one of the staff wear your clothes so that Anna thought you were with me and she'd chase me and you could, like, get away or something. Except he wasn't. Like, when you have somebody then take Laura, have one of your henchmen take her to, like, Australia or something where nobody is going to know. Like, wouldn't that be part of the plan? Instead of just leaving her defenseless and letting her think that you left her? Like, he's so full of shit right now, more than usual. Waiting to be dispatched. They're plowing the parking lot with Bobcat. Aww. Oh, the things you Americans do because you have no idea how to handle snow. You've been camping at Walmart since Thursday? Dude, go home. Like, with more snow coming in, how much, like, trucking could really need to be done right now? Or realistically can be done right now? Okay, blueberry tea does sound amazing. It seems incredibly inefficient. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think the plan can follow the planet this way. I agree with you, yeah. Whatever the plan is, just no. No, no, no. This is where Mother Nature's looking at your plan and laughing. But as long as the truck is warm and you can make hot drinks, you're good. I approve of hot drinks. Or any drinks. But I can't have any wine for 15 more minutes. Okay. 15 minutes, then I can start sipping. And hopefully somebody will buy me a drink. Knight will pose me a drink, but I don't think he's here. He's working like almost overnight hours right now, so he's like sporadically around. Oh, Walmart's paying you to sit there. Okay, hey, if you're getting paid to sit there, So much more power to you. You have my full support. I fully approve of sitting around and getting paid for it. You have mobile generators to hook up if nearby stores lose power. Okay, this is a good thing to be doing. This is helpful. This is being helpful in your community. And it's warm and you're getting paid. You got it made. This is the thing to do in a storm. But be safe. One of my uncles one summer when he was a teenager got paid to sit on the side of a certain road and count how many red cars went by in a day. When I met him when I was older, I asked him if that was true and he confirmed yes it was. Wait, I cut in. You dated another capo's sister? You can do that? Massimo laughed and took a sip of tea. Why not? Besides, I thought it was a great idea at the time. The potential merger of two major families guaranteed peace for a long time, not to mention total dominance of most of Italy. You see, Laura, you have it all wrong. The mafia is a company. This is actually true. A corporation. Like every business, mergers and acquisitions play a big part of our activity. The difference is they're a bit more brutal than in normal companies. I've had a good education. I'm well prepared to run our business. I was taught diplomacy and I resort to violence only when I have no other choice. Bull fucking shit. Total bullshit. We've never seen him use his brains over a gun. Ever. That's why my family is one of the most powerful and wealthiest Italian mobs in the entire world. Okay, if you're gonna say, you really should not say the words Italian mob and then entire world because you've just undercut your point. The world? I asked, puzzled. Yes. We run our businesses in Russia, Great Britain, the US. Well, to be honest, it was easier to say where we don't run any business. Okay, now he's talking at his ass. The pride he took in his work was evident from the way he spoke. All right, but going back to what happened in Naples, I said. Anna knew about my meeting with her brother. She was the one who suggested it in the first place back in the spring. I couldn't refuse only because we weren't together anymore. Emilio would feel disrespected, and I couldn't have that. So I went to the meeting spot, accompanied by Mario and several people who I ordered to stay in the cars. The negotiations didn't turn out to be as easy as I would have liked. Besides, I knew Emilio wasn't telling me everything. When he decided we wouldn't be able to reach an agreement, I left the building. Emilio followed me, spewing threats and calling me names, saying I treated his sister badly and disrespected her, making her abort her unborn child. Well, you did. We don't know anything about whether she had an abortion or not. It's probably true, but he did treat he did treat her with disrespect and badly. He said, "I found the one I really want, not you," and threw her out like garbage. So yeah, I'm amazed the brother didn't try to kill him, unless we're about to be told that it was the brother who tried to kill him, in which case he deserved it. It's in the Memphis area. Highway crews kind of have stuff. Most places just shut down. Yep. That's been here the entire last week. Like, everything was shut down. But that often happens here. If the schools are closed, a lot of businesses will be closed too because parents have to stay home with their kids. Because if the schools are closed, then all the daycares, etc., are closed. So, yeah, a lot of things have been closed a lot lately. But we'll see what Monday brings. Sundays, everything's closed anyway. And I do mean everything. And then he said the most hated word, the one word in our business that always leads to something bad. Vendetta, or bloody vengeance. What? I exclaimed, shocked. Isn't that only a thing in the movies? Unfortunately not. The Cosa Nostra works like that. If you kill a member of a family or betray them, the entire organization is entitled to hunt you down. I knew I wouldn't be able to get across to him that it was a lie. Taking any Talking any further would take us nowhere. If if not for the place and time of our meeting, it would have played out then and there. But Emilio's not stupid. He needed it done as soon as possible. When we drove to the airport, 2 Range Rovers blocked our way. Emilio's people stepped out. He was there too. There was a shootout, and he died. I think I got him. Then the Carabinieri arrived, and Mario and I had to hunker down for a while. Wait until it all blew over. The cars we left were registered to one of my companies. The police only spilt the bare minimum of information, but the damned hack wrote about the incident anyway, killing me instead of Emilio. Okay, so they did to be fair, the news did just say that a powerful Sicilian mob boss was killed, and now we're told, well, yeah, this other guy was that, and so it just let it be assumed that it was him. So bit of a bait and switch, and here's a puppy. Come on, up, 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 up. Will you jump? Come on. Why do you do this stuttery little thing where you don't jump? Why do you do that? Why do you do this stuttery little stop start thing? Why do you do it, huh? Why do you do it? Why do you do it? Hmm? Oh, you're stinky. No, I'm not. No, I'm not stinky at all. I'm not stinky. I don't stink. Thank you for the puppy breath. Oh. You know it's bad when IKEA shuts down. That place is practically stormproof. Yeah, true. IKEA would be a great place to ride out a storm in. You could have so much fun. God, I'd love to be like alone in IKEA for like a couple days. You'd have food, like any bed you wanted. You could play with the toys. You could make a giant pile of sleeping bags and jump or beanbag chairs and jump into it. This would be fun. Right, puppy? Right? Yeah. Yeah, this would be really fun, wouldn't it? It'd be so much fun. Yes. He's not falling asleep in my arms at all. No, not at all. He's not falling asleep. He's not a sleepy baby. No, no, no. Not a sleepy baby. No. Oh, snuggling into my shoulder. Oh, you little baby. He's just snuggling his little nose. Oh my god. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the snuggle. Look at the snuggly baby. No. He's so snuggly. Oh, my precious little baby. Yeah. Don't worry, when the heat goes out, I'll wrap you up extra tight, and I promise I'll keep you warm. Okay? I promise I will keep you warm. Even your nose. And the tail that you don't know you have. He really doesn't know he has a tail. No, you have no idea that you have a tail. No. Even when he gets so excited, his whole butt starts wagging. He's like half fallen over because he's so excited. Right, little puppy? Right? Yeah. Aren't you just the most adorable thing? Okay. I gotta read some more, okay? I know that you're pretending to have forgotten how your legs work. But you're gonna go on your pillow, okay? Be nice and warm, I promise. Okay, say bye, everyone. Bye bye. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Yes. Yes, I will. 'Cause I'm a baby. I'm a little baby. Oh, so adorable. You're so adorable, and I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. Yes, okay. Here, go on your pillow, curl up nice and warm, okay? Okay? Yeah. Oh. So we now have an explanation. Persnickety, you and Sasha still with us? Okay, so now we know why the shootout and why they said he was dead. Not muted, making sure, because Puppy loves to do that. I was breathing loudly, staring at Massimo. Listening to him felt like watching a gangster movie. I didn't know if with my weak heart, I'd have made a good mobster's wife. But one thing was certain. I was madly in love with the man facing me. This just comes out of nowhere. Again. Just so you know, Laura, there was no pregnancy and no unborn babies. I'm very cautious with those things. What, except for with her? Or are we gonna do triple cross that? Oh, it really is birth control. Like, what? I froze hearing him say that. I'd completely forgotten about what Dominic had said before I left Sicily. Okay, so at least I'm apparently going to get an answer to this. Do you have a transmitter implanted under your skin? I asked as calmly as I was able to be under the circumstances. Massimo made himself more comfortable in his seat, playing for time. His expression told me he knew what I was getting at. I do, he said simply, biting on his lip. Can you show it to me? Massimo took off his shirt and drew nearer. He stuck out his left hand, grabbed my fingers, and placed them on the correct spot on his skin. I jerked away as if it burned before touching my left bicep. You're getting hysterical, Massimo said, putting the shirt back on. That night Okay, now we're just told that she's getting hysterical. I don't what? I didn't let him finish. I'll kill you, Massimo. I'm serious, I growled. How could you lie to me about something like that? Okay, which thing? Which thing? Because he's lying about multiple things here, so I'm going to need you to be more specific. Are you mad that he lied and said it was birth control and it's not, and so you might be knocked up? Or are you mad that it's a tracker and he didn't tell you? Like, which thing are we mad about? Because I'm more mad about it not being birth control. Because I would have just assumed that he's tracking me anyway. So I'm more mad about the lack of birth control. I glared at him, waiting for him to say something smart in response, while my head was spinning with thoughts. What if... I'm sorry, I just thought that the easiest way to keep you with me would be if I got you pregnant! Called it! Called it, called it, called it, called it! Called it! And I even knew that was the stupid reason why. This is gonna get dumber because it's going to work. I knew he was being sincere, but normally it was women who played that trick on rich men, not the other way around. Suck my dick, you fucking slut. I got up, grabbed my bag, and went to the door. The man in black jumped to his feet and followed me. This makes her mad. This. Out of all the bullshit that he's pulled. And followed me, but I waved him away and left. I took the elevator down to the garage, trying to calm my nerves. He just chased her out of her own apartment, by the way. And drove to the mall not far from my new apartment. Having found a pharmacy, I bought a test and drove back home. She's going to be pregnant. She's going to be pregnant because it's been 2 weeks since they banged, by the way. Which is, are there any pregnancy tests that are even reasonably accurate after 2 weeks outside of like a blood test? Because I think the earliest I've ever heard is like a month for the, pee on the stick kind, but I haven't really had reason to keep up with that. So I could be a little out of date. I bought a test and drove back home. When I got back, Massimo was sitting in the same spot. I dropped my things on the coffee table and said resolutely, You've barged into my life, kidnapped me, stolen a year of my life. Actually, it's only been a month. Threatened to kill my loved ones, but it wasn't enough for you. You just had to try and fuck things up even worse by single-handedly deciding to get me pregnant. Now, Don Massimo, I'll tell you how it's going to be. This is the most worthless speech she's about to give, because whatever the fuck she says, it's not going to matter. If she's knocked up, he's going to do whatever the hell he wants. He's going to use it as an excuse to keep her captive and monitor her and basically do everything I said Gray would do to Anastasia, and probably worse. My voice was loud and confident. If it turns out I'm pregnant, you will leave this place and I'll never be yours. The man in black rose, inhaling loudly. I'm not finished, I said quickly, turning my back to him and walking to the window. You'll see your child, but you'll never see me. The kid will never take over after you and live in Sicily. Is that clear? I'll have it and raise it, even though I don't want to. There's a recipe for a good parent. Yeah, I will have a child I don't want and raise it, oh my God. I always say that a family should be at least 3 people, 2 parents and a child, but I won't allow your behavior to destroy the life of a human being that's not even born yet. Do you understand? No, I'll just be the worst mother in the history of ever. And, the kid will spend its whole life with probably the 2 of them lying about what daddy does for work. Yeah, it's about a month. Yeah, because she did say that it was the right timing. But, you know what this doesn't... Yeah. So she has to be knocked up because she said she would have been getting her period if not for being on birth control, and she didn't get her period, so... What if you're not pregnant? Massimo asked, taking a step towards me, stopping just a few inches away. Then you'll have some atoning to do, I said, turning away. On my way to the bathroom, I took the test from the glass table and shut the door behind me. I did what was necessary and placed the plastic test on the rim of the sink, crouching with my back to the wall and waiting for the result to show. I stayed there much longer than necessary. My heart was pounding so hard I could see the blood pulsating in my veins through my skin. I was afraid I was going to throw up. Lara, Don Massimo knocked on the door. Is everything all right? Give me a moment, I called out, standing and glancing at the sink. Jesus Christ, I whispered. End of chapter. I'm going to assume that, there's, what is it, 2 blue lines or yes, 1 is no? I've only done it twice, so I don't remember. I do remember being pissed off that pregnancy tests were fucking expensive. Because, again, these are things I think should be free. But, end of chapter stretch. Everybody, get up, stretch. Move your legs, move your arms. Get water, get a snack. Oh, I'm actually going to stand up for once so my hips don't kill me later. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, and then not eating. Not good if you're, like, early days pregnant. It's 2 lines like a COVID test, yeah. So I'm guessing there are 2 lines. Because we are just speed running the 50 Shades playbook. How have we only had 1 instance learning this so far? That doesn't seem possible. But hey, it's 8 minutes after 9 and I'm not drinking yet. Alright, so now is the first and best time to buy a girl a drink and make me chug this and kick the night off properly. Alright, sufficiently topped up. Now, what shall we toast to? We always have to have a good toast. Amazon, stop telling me you found things I like. I gotta go through my Amazon settings and tell it to stop sending me those emails because it wasn't doing it before and it shouldn't be doing it because I always have like all my marketing and ad shit turned off. But turn something back on because now it emails me like every day saying we found this thing that's related to this thing that you looked at a month ago, and it's like I don't care. Oh, I heard the owl. I was worried about it because I didn't hear it for a few days, but I think it was just hunkered down in its tree, waiting for the storm to pass. Because I heard it last night too. So yeah, I think now because it hasn't snowed today, so I think it's probably going out looking for some food. Oh, but find something. It's all snowy. We aren't getting burns because the plot line is advancing. And by the way, they've just apparently completely forgotten that he's like bleeding and injured or something. That just got hand waved when he said like, "No, I'm not calling a doctor." I don't know what the hell. I don't know what has caused this. Oh. Man, the news is blowing up about today. I assume everybody knows why. It's only going to get worse. But I had a word because I had my my list of things I am researching for my fanfic novel got extended this week. We added some things. I think the last one I read off was the learning the history of the leader of the Furies, Electo. This week, for various scenes, this is not all in. I was going to say this is not all in one scene. It's mostly not all in one scene. We have unusual IV placement locations, vein charts for the back of the legs, the names and types of Chinese hanging bells, styles of Feng Ling bells, Shuju Japanese bells, traditional Danish breakfast, the Danish phrase for bon appetit, which is velbekomme, which is our official toast tonight, velbekomme, which means bon appetit. How long does it take to soft boil an egg in boiling water? The answer is 6 minutes, apparently. Types of things that can be used to steep tea. Famous sayings about avoidance. These are things I had to Google this week. But it's for what's supposed to be a really charming scene that I'm hoping is actually charming, because, you know, I'm not so good with the subtlety. Plus, I may be cribbing just a little bit from Memoirs of a Geisha. I'm not directly stealing, I'm just paying a little bit of an homage with one thing. You practically had to drag your husband. Yeah, you're not the first wife to say this. My grandfather and I actually was old enough to like kind of remember. Well, I remember this because I remember the arguing because my grandmother never yelled and she never stood up to him ever. And I never saw her panicked, but this time she did because my grandfather, it was also during a snowstorm, was going out, decided he was going to go out and shovel the driveway again while he was having a heart attack. And this is after he retired, so he's like 65-ish. And he was definitely having a heart attack. And my mom knew it, and my grandmother knew it. And he was trying to go outside to shovel snow, and my mom physically stood in front of him and blocked the door while my grandmother was panic calling an ambulance. And he was, of course, denying that he was having a heart attack while showing every sign of having a heart attack, which even me at like 5 or 6, I knew that what that meant. Yeah, it was definitely one of those moments where all the adults forgot that tiny child is like standing in the end of the hallway watching all this. Yes, it is a great book. I've read it. Yeah, I love Memoirs of a Geisha. It is it's definitely one of my top 3 favorite movies. It might be first, but I kind of have like I have like a favorite movie per genre because it's not really fair to compare between always. But I remember I saw a preview when I was seeing another movie, and this is when like the previews came out like a year before the movie. It was a long way off. And so I bought the book and I read it twice before the movie came out, and I loved it. And I went to the movie by myself at this really old theater that still had like the 40s style, like the lamps on the front of the stage and like old red velvet seats. It's in this little Art Deco district behind the university. It only has one theater, one screen. It only seats like 40 people. And it was just the perfect environment to see that movie in. And I loved it. And yeah, I've watched that way too much. And I had the soundtrack. I love the soundtrack. And I learned to play Sayori's theme on flute. I used to know how to do it. But yeah, I loved the book, loved the movie, and the behind the scenes on the movie are some of the coolest things I've ever seen. Like the amount of freaking work and effort they put in. Jesus. Also, the 2 little girls on set, because when you have kids on set, you have a swear jar. Apparently, they made out quite well off the swear jar. So the director said on the second day of filming, he just walked up to the swear jar and put $500 in it and said that should cover me for at least a week. Oh my god, I just heard a motorcycle go by. Some people are stupid. Like, the roads are not clear here. They're ice with snow on top. Like, the kind that you can't, like, just shove away. Ugh, some people are dumb. Barely seen a car in 7 days. Chapter 14. When I left the bathroom, the man in black was waiting for me on the bed. His face contorted in an expression I'd never seen before. It was fear, worry, anxiousness, and most of all, unease. Seeing me, he jumped to his feet. I stopped him, reaching out with a hand clutching the test. It was negative. Wow. That's the first time this book has done something surprising. She's not knocked up. Excuse me. I let it go and it cluttered to the floor. Ew. I went to the kitchen and took a bottle of wine from the fridge, poured myself a glass, and downed it, wincing. Turning my head, I shot a glance at Massimo, standing with his shawl. Don't do this ever again. If we decide to become parents, it has to be our mutual decision or an accident. Do you understand? Really? 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 That's the response. That's the How about fuck off and get out of my apartment? You know, and by the way, get this thing out of my arm. Massimo closed the distance between us and hid his face in my hair. I'm sorry, baby. Can I burn it if it's just baby and not baby girl? Did we decide this? I don't know if we've decided this. Chat, what do you say? Can we play with fire? He whispered, I'm sorry about that kid. It would have been a beautiful child. She wasn't pregnant. She didn't have a miscarriage. She just wasn't pregnant. Shut up. I hate this guy. He stepped away, laughing as if knowing I'd hit him any time. He snatched my arms as I swung at him, teasing me. If it were a boy, but inherited your character, he'd be the capo di tutti capo before he was 30. Even I didn't manage that. So now he's going to restrain her and tease her. Forget about slapping him. Pick up a steak knife and go to work. I stopped fighting. You're bleeding again, I said, unbuttoning his shirt. Oh, now we've noticed. Now we've noticed this again. We're going to a doctor right now, and that stupid conversation is finished. My son will never be part of the mob. You're not pregnant and you don't have a son. This is the world's dumbest argument. Ooh, something smells like garlic ranch dressing. I'm aware. Pout. Massimo pressed himself against me, heedless of the red stains he was leaving on my clothes. So he's bleeding quite a bit. With a wide smile, he looked me in the eyes and kissed me. So, he said, breaking off the kiss, we're going to have a son. Lorena bobbed his ass. Stop it, you. That was purely theoretical. Get changed. We're going to the clinic. I think he probably needs a hospital. I dressed his wounds again and went to the closet, stepping out of the dirty clothes and putting on blue jeans, a white shirt, and my favorite Isabelle Marant's sneakers. When I was finished, Massimo appeared in the doorway and opened one of 4 huge closets. It was filled with his things. When did you manage to unpack? Wait, aren't they at her place? Am I wrong? No, because she said it was from her new apartment. So why does he have a closet full of his stuff in her apartment? Oi. Yesterday, I had some time to do it. Besides, I had some help. So I guess he's just saying that he's living with her? Is this what he's just invited himself to live with her now? Yeah, and ew for getting his blood on her clothes. Major ew. But does he have some kind of clotting disorder or something? Because that's how this is reading. He put on worn dark blue jeans and a black sweater, finishing his look with a pair of casual loafers. I'd never seen him wear clothes like that. He looked like an ordinary, young, well-dressed man now. He looked mind-blowing. He reached for his suitcase inside the closet and took out a small box. You forgot something, he said, clasping the watch over my wrist. It was the same one he'd given me when we were driving to the airport on Sicily. This is a transmitter too? I asked with a chuckle. No, that's just a watch, Laura. One transmitter is enough. Let's not get back to that subject again. Yeah, you never really finished. I definitely did. Definitely had his underlings, yeah, sneak in and just quietly move his things into her place. Yeah, that's great. But notice how she has not said like I want the RFID tracker out of my arm. Notice how she hasn't even like brought that up. Because I kind of would. A lot. Oh. But for now, I will remind everyone that we have ducks. That's right. For $10, you too can sponsor a painted duck and make it your very own and even name it. We have 6 available. Please specify which one you would like because I'm not a mind reader and they're all great. And we also still have plenty of time for handcuffs if anyone is feeling a little kinky and would like to see me struggle. And the more I struggle, the better the marks they leave, and that's my favorite part. And of course, for the grand prize of $50, if anybody is feeling very, very generous, you can make me chug a refilled to the proper level, this is a little low glass of wine, and really kick things off tonight. And it's very, very warming, so certainly help in this weather. Yes! Hell yes! Hell, I would have just taken a fucking razor blade and cut it out myself. Screw asking his permission. It's not very deep. But I was one of the people that wasn't looking away when Offred cut the ear tag off of her ear. And I actually made one of those ear tags once. I cut up a pop can and it worked perfectly. And somebody thought it was actually somebody who knew me saw it and was like, oh my God, tell me you didn't actually pierce your freaking ear because it's like a cow tag on the top of the ear. And I was like, no, it's a piece of a pop can. It just looks really good. But yeah, the scene where she cuts it out, I was like, yeah, you go, girl. That's exactly what I would have fucking done too. Let's go before your stigmata opens up again, I ordered, grabbing the keys to the BMW. You drank. You shouldn't drive, he said, putting them back on the table. Okay, but you can, unless you can't. Drive, I mean. Yeah, let's put the person who's actively heavily bleeding in the driver's seat. That's a good idea. Massimo stopped, sporting a sly smirk and raising an eyebrow. I've raced a bit in my time. I know my way around a transmission, but we aren't taking your car. Too big for my liking. I'll call us a cab then. I pulled out my phone, dialing a number, but the man in black plucked it out of my hand, pressing the speaker button. He approached the cupboard next to the door and opened the lowest drawer, pulling out 2 envelopes. You haven't looked in here, have you? He said ironically, opening the first one. No, why would she go through every drawer in a new apartment that you are not supposed to be in? Like, no, I didn't search this brand new apartment that I got after I thought you had left me forever to see if you had left envelopes in the drawer. No, I didn't do that. It's going to be like a car service or something. He asked ironically, opening the first one. We have other means of transport in the garage. I like those others better. Come on. Because of course he has to be like gray and have like 20 cars. We went down underground and Massimo pressed a button on the remote he was holding. Car lights blinked in one of the parking spaces. We walked that way and stopped by a black Ferrari Italia. I froze, ogling the low, sporty, incredible supercar. Because of course he has to drive a Ferrari. I'm sorry, but in Italy, driving a Ferrari is just fucking tacky. And I know this because I know people who go there frequently, and I brought it up, and they're like, yeah, if you drive a Ferrari or anything like it, actually in Italy, you are the biggest douchebag in the entire world, and everybody knows it, and you get no respect, and you don't look cool because you just look like a jerk. They're like, it's not a flex there. Also, driving a supercar in Europe is very different. A lot of places, like especially in like Sicily and that, they got real narrow, very old streets that you just can't drive those kind of cars there. Like there's a reason like the little Mini Coopers were so popular in that part of the world because they could go places that most cars couldn't fit. It's why they're still incredibly popular. Like I remember there was a pharmacy at the end of my block and they were like the first place I knew that bought a Mini Cooper for the delivery driver, and they did it specifically because it made parking way, 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 way easier. That's the entire reason they bought the car. And they had it for like 10 years too. It worked. It was a good idea. It was a very good idea. Because in the winter here, especially with snow on both sides, a 2-lane street turns into a 1-lane street if you're lucky. Like sometimes you can't drive down the side roads here if there's a lot of snow. You just can't. Doesn't matter how small your car is. There's not enough of a lane. Like I'm lucky here. I'm right off of a major road. So that will always be a priority clear. So then the side streets tend to be a little higher priority. So at least I'm on a street now that doesn't get snowed in. But where I lived like 8 years ago, yeah, the whole street used to get snowed in sometimes for days. Any more of those cars yours? I asked, watching as he got in one. Whichever you want. Baby girl, there it is, there it is. It says baby girl. I get to play with fire. Hop in, and of course, wait, we're adding to the stealing from 50 Shades because that is directly like Christian Grey going, all the cars are mine, of course, and smirking like he's like, oh, he's such a douchebag. Inside, the car looked like some kind of spaceship. No, it doesn't. Multicolored buttons and knobs and steering wheel flattened on the bottom. To me, it didn't make any sense. How do you drive this thing without reading a manual? Could you get anything showier than this? Yeah, that'd be my point. It's just a flashy car for the sake of flashy car, which, no. Okay, now I smell poutine and it's making me hungry. I already ate too much today. I had a sandwich for lunch and then I had fries like for dinner later on, which is just too much food in one day. I woke up hungry, which is weird. No, Puppy did get part of the sandwich. It was ham and cheese. I had to give him some. The man in black pressed the ignition button and the car roared. There were some other options, but Pagnia Zonda? Pagani space Zonda. I'm gonna guess this is a real car brand that I've never heard of. It was too ostentatious. Besides, Polish roads aren't flat enough for its suspension. And a zero clearance Ferrari's okay? Like, I'm telling you, you'd wreck this car in a minute. He raised his eyebrows in amusement and stepped on the accelerator. We drove out of the underground garage, and after the first couple 100 feet, I was sure he knew what he was doing. We passed an intersection after intersection, and I navigated, showing him the way to a private hospital in the wealthy Willenau district. I had picked that specific place as I knew a few of the doctors there. Why? Oh, I'm gonna guess because she's like been there for treatment of like mystery heart condition. But I'm guessing there's more to it than that. Okay, freaking moth. Don't ask me how there are moths in the dead of winter. But there are. But yes, now we shall play with fire. Later, fire. I got it. Okay, so fire number 2. Once again, is Baby Girl. That seems to be the most... Why does she know the rich people hospital? There's a good question. Though it's kind of implied that maybe her family isn't so rich, but she is, because she has name dropped some incredibly expensive stuff that she had before meeting him. But for now, for our enjoyment, 1, 2, 3, burn. That didn't burn properly. Burn. There we go. There we go. It has to be fully obliterated. That will do. It's actually burning through several pages. Okay, it's genuinely burning through about 20 pages and it's not stopping. Okay, we're going to close the book before it really lights up. Smother it out. Okay, seriously, the amount of smoke. Remember what happened last time. Okay, just because, okay, I just burned a hole through like several. Let me use my dress as... Can't see around everything. But yeah, I can now stick my finger through from page 197 all the way to page 212. Didn't mean to do that. It genuinely looks like I shot the book. Hold on. Little desk cleat up. I didn't mean to, okay? The book is cursed. Oh, yes, it might. Oh, we got something. Aw, thank you, Sadil. Buying a drink and ducks. Oh, we got ducks. I gotta do duck math. We got 4 ducks. Wow. Okay. Really got to get going on those new ducks. I will do that within the next week or so. Well, they'll arrive weather permitting, but I will order new ducks because we are close to needing new ducks. But wow. Okay. First things first. I'm gonna chug first, and then we will select 4 ducks. There's one duck I'm not going to pick because somebody kind of called dibs on it. They haven't bought it yet, but they called dibs. So I'm holding that back for them. I don't know if they're here right now, but I know they really want one specific duck. They just haven't been able to do it yet. So I'm going to hold that back. But we'll do some other ducks, and then we're going to need names. Okay, so since we get 4 ducks, let's see. And I get to pick. So, first things first. You know what? It's been waiting a long time. We're gonna go with Cupid Duck. So I need name ideas for Cupid Duck. That's gonna be our first selection tonight. And I'm gonna drink and then I'll choose another duck. So what should we call Cupid Duck? Oh, and I'm gonna write it down while I still remember, because if I forget to write down the ducks, it's not good. Because I have the memory of a goldfish. Excuse me. All right. Here's to us. Here's to love. Here's to all the times that we fucked up. Wow, it smells like smoke in here. Didn't think that was quite gonna make it. Well, that should help keep me warm for a little while. Thank you, Sadale. Libido, I love it. That's so much better than anything I was thinking. Okay, without objection, we're going with libido. And of course, Sadale, you get to name them all so you can override any suggestions, or if you have a name, yours come first. So the second duck that we are going to select, Who's going to be second? Who's going to be second? Who's going to be second? I already know which four I'm picking. Scuba diver duck. This was, in fact, by the way, some people don't know, that our dear scuba diver duck was, in fact, the OG painted duck. This is the first painted duck. So we need a name for scuba diver duck. If I can remember how to spell. Hey, you know what I spelled correctly on the first try today? Inconspicuously. I am counting that as such a freaking win. Like, you know, I'm queen of the dyslexics, and I spelled inconspicuously correctly. I'm betting there are some non-dyslexic people who couldn't do that. So counting that as win. I also was only 2 letters off spelling mausoleum the other night, which I'm also counting as win because it's a very weird word. All right, we have scuba diver duck. Scuba diver duck, Ocean Gate 7. Ah! I love it. I love it. Yes. 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 This is in. This is in. This is going on the list. It gets 7. Got it. All right. Next up on our illustrious line of ducks, we are going Flounder Duck. Of course, it's Flounder Duck. Because I am especially proud of Flounder Duck. Don't ask me why, but something about all the stripes. And that it's the only one I had the balls to actually paint eyes on because I didn't have any green gems to stick on it. So I had to paint the eyes and I was terrified. So we need a name for Flounder Duck. Can I remember how to spell flounder? Do I know how to spell flounder? Probably not. And last but not least, because it isn't fitting with the theme of this book, I give you Orion Slave Girl Duck. Yes, she has the silver loincloth straight from OG Star Trek. And Enterprise. I actually liked the Enterprise episode with the Orion Slave Girls, except that it was very poorly done. Because Enterprise tried to be way too sexy, and it was like, I just wanted to punch Brendan Braga in the face when he said, "Oh, I guess Star Trek fans just don't like sex." No, we like sex fine. There's plenty of sex in good Star Trek. You are just honestly a little boy with an overactive libido who is acting out his like Star Wars porn parody in at least 2 episodes. Bound, I'm looking at you. Also, that in the DVD and the Blu-ray, they left in the shot where you can genuinely see Jolene Blalock's vagina. It's now HD. They didn't even have the decency to edit out that one unfortunate shot. It's now in 4K HD forever. How she didn't sue them into oblivion over that. But let's add our duckies to the stage. We have Libido, Ocean Gate 7, potentially Dinglehopper. I'm liking this. It's an appropriately Little Mermaid name. Also, sounds like a good duck name, so Sethdale, if you approve of Dinglehopper, we'll go with that. And then we need a name for Orion Slave Girl Duck. I can't actually remember who was the original girl that they turned into. It was her. I think her name's like Mina or something in the original The Man Cage that we see in the flashbacks and court-martialed. Unintentionally, yeah, she's wearing shorts, but they're a little bit loose, and yeah, the camera got an up the pant leg shot where you can totally see her vagina while she's on the floor panting and sweaty because she has a virus that this is where this is an episode of Enterprise that went off the rails, because apparently it was their version of trying to do a muck time, which is where Spock comes down with the blood fever, basically the need to mate, because Vulcans kind of go into heat every 7 years. Vulcan males do. And that's the thing. It was very hard. It was hardcore specified. This is something that happens to the men, that every 7 years they are compelled to go home to Vulcan and take a mate. Not necessarily to get married. There are ways on that. In this case, it was part of an arranged marriage, but, that went away. I don't want to spoil a really good episode. But he had to go home because of that, or he would die. Because either they have to mate with it's called Pon Farr. You are correct. It's called Pon Farr. But it was specified this is something that happens to the men. And the person who wrote the Enterprise episode supposedly had seen the original episode they were trying to copy. Except they gave it to T'Pol, who is female. And they did hand wave it by saying she was exposed to some kind of pathogen or parasite or something, blah, 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 that basically triggered her to have Pon Farr early because she said, I'm too young for this. This shouldn't be happening to me. But it shouldn't be happening to her at all because she's female. It doesn't happen to the women. But it was just an excuse to have her in that little crop top and these short shorts and be all hot and panting and sweating while she's making moves at Phlox and anything else male and is just me so horny the entire episode, and it's disgusting. Like, if you showed clips of that to people, and is this Star Trek or is this Star Trek porn parody? It is Star Trek porn parody. Just somehow they got the studio to pay for it. But yeah, that's the episode where you can see her vagina, and I'm sure she's really proud of that. Okay, so we have Dinglehopper. There are series to sell sex in. Like, not that, again, OG Star Trek had some of the sexiest women. Like, original Star Trek had plenty of sex and sexy women in it. I could name so many episodes. Wink of an eye. I gotta say, the leader in that one, she is one of the most beautiful women I've seen on Star Trek. All of the women in Mud's Women. Every babe Kirk ever hit on. Though it is argued that you can actually only prove that he had sex twice. And that is in Paradise Syndrome, because he gets married and his wife is knocked up, therefore they had sex. And the other one is A Wink of an Eye, where it cuts back after commercial break and he's putting his boots back on. So these are the only two times you can definitively say Kirk got it on with an alien and didn't just, make out and then say goodnight. Oh, the other most gorgeous woman ever to appear on OG Star Trek is I forget her name, but played Elan of Troyes. She got drop-dead gorgeous beauty that played that character. Just stunningly beautiful. And they definitely knew it, because she has the most costume changes of any female guest star. Like, they knew they had a very gorgeous woman and wanted to show her off. But also the fact that she is a warrior and she's very strong in that episode is very much a lot of her sex appeal. But still, stunningly gorgeous actress. Okay. Book is dirty now. Okay, I heard what I just said and don't. As I knew a few doctors there. Oh, we still need a name for Orion Slave Girl Duck. I had met them on one of the medical conferences I had organized. Okay, so we had something smart and we had to make it dumb. Because he could have said she had treatment there and that's why she knows them. But no, she arranged a conference. I know the book is dirty already. I know. I don't even consider it dirty because I consider it has to be better to be dirty. It's just bleh. We clicked. They were party people. Like to eat and drink expensive cocktails, but most of all, they'd appreciated my discretion. What were you being discreet about? Discretion in what? Are you saying, like, when you say party people, do you mean you know the Dr. Feelgoods? Because every hospital will claim they don't have any, and every hospital is lying, and they know exactly who they are. But is that what we're talking about? Who would hook you up with the party drugs at the party? That kind of discretion? I called one of them, a surgeon, telling him I needed a favor. Also, European book can't spell favor. It should spell that correctly. Two young women sat behind the reception desk. I walked over to one of them, introduced myself, and asked her to point us to Dr. Alm, either Alm or Alme. I'm going with Alm. OME. Office. She practically ignored me, her eyes shooting glances at the handsome Italian accompanying me. I hadn't seen women reacting to Massimo like that before. In Italy, a darker complexion and black eyes were nothing special, but here it was something rare, exotic, and novel. No, it's not! This is so much bullshit. I repeated my request and the receptionist gave us directions, blushing. The doctor is waiting for you, she muttered, trying to focus. In the elevator, Massimo brushed my ear with his lips. I like it when you speak Polish, he whispered. I'm just pissed I don't understand a word. But that's okay. Our son will speak 3 languages. I'm so punching him in the balls at this point. Stop talking about us having a kid. The book spelled favor without the U. And I'm saying it's a European book because here it would be spelled with a U, and in Europe I assume it is spelled with a U, and yes, like color, we spell it with a U, and so do they. So, yeah, it spelled it Favor, which I'm saying is wrong for European book. I didn't even manage a repost as the elevator doors opened and we got out. Dr. Alm was a rather plain-looking middle-aged man. This seemed to make Massimo happy. Welcome, Lara. The surgeon shook my hand. How are you? I greeted him and introduced Massimo, telling the doctor we'd be talking in English. This is my fiancé, the man in black finished for me. I would not be having that. Yes, that is the American spelling, but coming from a Polish author, I'm gonna guess it's a translation thing. What the hell would you do if somebody just introduced themselves as your fiance to somebody else? Like, I have had guys, like, when we went out in a group one time that I did when I was in a church, and about 8 of us went out in a group to go to a movie, and I stepped away to take a call while we were waiting for the bus, and a guy came up, but he was drunk enough because it's like 10:30 at night and we're going home, and he just started breathing bourbon and, like, hitting on me in a very sloppy way, and I was, like, 10 steps from the other group, and I was, like, shooting them a look like, "Somebody fucking help me." And one of the guys came over, and I immediately just put my arm around him and I was like, "Oh, hey, babe," and, like, put my head on his shoulder and pretended he was my boyfriend, and he immediately picked up what I was doing and, like, quietly walked me back to the group, thank God. But it's like, I'm starting to feel like someone let AI translate this book and just send it. Yes, that I was about to, yeah. I had that exact thought that I think they really did just run it through fucking Google Translate and nobody double checked. Because we've had genuine typos. Like, for real, genuine typos in here that definitely should have been caught. So yeah, I really think they just ran it through some AI garbage and then nobody double checked at all. Fiance, the man in black, finished for me. Massimo Torricelli, thank you for having us. Powell Ome, Pawel, because apparently this is a name. I'm not dissing anybody, but I'm saying you didn't have to get quite so complicated. Call me Powell. It's a pleasure to meet you. What brings you to me? Torricelli, I repeated silently. During those long weeks, I hadn't learned Massimo's last name. What? No, she definitely has heard his last name. That's not even true. She's definitely heard his last name a few times. Like, what the actual fuck? Because that's just blatantly not true. We're not that far behind on page count, really. We're doing pretty good, all things considered. The man in black took off his sweater and the doctor grew completely quiet. A hunting accident, Massimo said, seeing the reaction. A bit too much Chianti. No! You do not get to make that reference! Because I'm assuming that that is a Hannibal Lecter reference, in which case, bite me! I'm lighting that on fire out of protest. He added, feigning amusement. Believe me, I get it. Once after a party, we decided to catch a train. Literally. Recounting the story, Dr. Ome applied an anesthetic and stitched the wounds back up, writing a prescription for some ointment and an antibiotic, warning Massimo not to stress them too much. So yeah, he ripped his stitches open. And are we saying mob boss guy doesn't have a doctor on call that will come to him? Because I call bullshit. Because it's been established that he does. Because he had somebody taking care of her when he drugged her and set off her heart condition when he first abducted her and said she was on an IV and they did the implant and everything else. So he's got a doctor on call. He wouldn't need this. Plus, you know, hospitals have those things called records. No, you certainly couldn't trust mine. I'm still trying. I've been trying for like 20 years to get my fucking records sorted. The problem is you need one idiot doctor to sign a piece of paper saying another idiot doctor was an idiot and did something wrong, and they're very reluctant to do that. Hi, Night Wolf! Oh, I wasn't sure we were going to see it tonight. I was missing you. We got new ducks. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're warm. Very, very warm. But he had to stay away. The enemies could be watching. Yeah, that's why he moved into our apartment. Yeah. Yes, I'm sure the enemies are watching and it's going to happen. And now it's going to be, we're going to find out because he said he killed the other mob boss. So now it's going to be the sister / his ex is somehow going to become the head of that family and like put a hit out on both of them. That's definitely going to happen. She was probably drunk or drugged and doesn't remember. Yeah, she did spend all her time with him very drunk and drugged. And that's not even speculation. These people were drinking champagne like every couple hours in great quantities. But yes, Nightwolf, we got some new ducks. So far we have Cupid Duck being named Libido. We have Scuba Diver Duck being named Ocean Gate 7. Flounder Duck named Dinglehopper. And we're waiting on Sethdale to give us a name for Orion Slave Girl Duck. I can spell Dinglehopper, really. Why is it words like that never hit my dyslexia? It's got to be because they're made up words and so they're spelled the way they sound, as opposed to most words in the English language. Not looking at minus 60. Hey, it's only minus 50 the last time I looked. Has it changed? Has it changed or is that a typo? It hasn't started snowing yet. For now, the heat is still on. I know it's going to go out at some point tonight. By the way, last night, I didn't know what you were talking about when you said solar generator, because I didn't know what that was. I'm assuming you mean one of those, like, solar panel strips that you put in the window. It's got a USB thing. I don't have one. I've wanted one for a long time, but I don't have one. Just to charge my phone and, like, if I can, splice a switch cord, I will. So I have something to do. But yeah, I've wanted one for a long time. They have them in backpacks now. They have backpack ones, so you can walk around charging your phone off your backpack. That is so cool. But yeah, I've wanted one of those little window ones for a while, but last time I looked, they were so expensive. Okay, heard a smoke alarm, but it's okay. It's off. And yes, the dead battery beeping one at the end of the hall is still fucking going off whenever the hell it fucking wants. I complained like 5 more times. It's still like just intermittent. Yes, I know you grew up in Northwest Territories and you have seen minus 62. And yes, it really is forecasted to get down to minus 50. I saw it and I didn't believe it, but I checked. It's real. They were still only expecting like a foot, maybe a foot and a couple inches of snow. We're not expecting a lot of snow, just a lot of cold. It actually might be a good thing. But certainly Bo is shall we say a housebound pet for a little longer. Not that he minds, because when I open the door and it's really cold, he's just like, I'll hold it. He's like, if I go outside and try to pee, my thing will freeze. Yeah, he does not approve of cold. He thinks it's trying to kill him. Oh, you should have seen him when I put his sweater on. He was so cute. Oh, I'm glad you like the dress. It's like the only thing I have clean. Laundry day is tomorrow as long as the pipe's frozen. I have everything. I have 2 bags of laundry ready to go to do 2 loads. I know where the cart is. I know where my laundry detergent is. So as long as the pipes aren't frozen tomorrow, I will at least have some warm, clean clothes. And I'm going to find my freaking ugly sweater wherever it is. And you don't have to cover them. I'm decent. Hell, I wear this dress without a bra. But yeah, my boobs are looking particularly perky tonight, which is nice because I like it when my boobs look good. So, nazdrovia. But this is a nice dress. It's a maxi dress. I can make the straps wider in the summer if I want. It's nice and light, but it's very covered. It's not see-through with the sun behind you. That's very important. Always check that. Because I had a maxi skirt that for a while I didn't know that if the sun was behind me, it got a little more translucent than I thought it did. And then I tripped going up the stairs at school and ripped the hem once and I cried. Fortunately, a friend's mom had a sewing machine and she fixed it for me. It was special because my grandmother bought it and it was probably the only piece of clothing she ever bought me that I actually liked. The rest of what she bought me wound up in the box in the bottom of my closet in the, you keep it for a year so you don't feel guilty and then you donate it. We left the hospital and got into the car. Lunch? Massimo asked, brushing a strand of hair from my forehead. I can't get used to that color. I love it and it suits you well. But you're just so... He thought for a while. Different. Oh yeah, she butchered her hair and made it blonde. I like it for now. Besides, it's only colored. I'll change it when I get bored with it. Let's go. I know a great Italian place. Massimo smiled and tapped an address in the GPS. I liked something? What did I say I liked? Why is my makeup melting? It's waterproof. It shouldn't be. Though every woman knows that when they say waterproof, they're, lying. It's just a question of how much. Even the calls it like tattoo eyeliner. It's like, no, right conditions, it will still run down your face and, leave black streaks and not look so great. And then you gotta scrub it so much to get it off. You take all your foundation off with it, and it's like, well, that worked. But does anybody in the chat, does anybody actually have one of those little solar panel charger things that you can just whip out and put in a window and you like roll them up and, they're like the size of a wallet? Because I'm sure they've gotten cheaper. But it doesn't mean they're affordable. But there's got to be like a knockoff version or something now, because there's knockoff versions of anything electronic. I have Italian food in Italy. Here, I'd like to try something Polish. Buckle up. We drove across the city, passing narrow streets, and I was glad the Ferrari's windows were tinted. Seeing the car, people turned their heads, trying to peer inside. That is not. You have a solar. You have You have solar panels. I've always loved solar panels. I've loved the technology since I was a kid. It used to make my grandfather laugh that I understood it. Of course, back then, I'm sure it was like astronomically expensive because I'm talking like 95, but it's gotten better. It's gotten more portable. It's gotten more efficient. Do you know the White House had solar panels since like the 70s? I forget what president. It might have been Carter. I'm not sure. But one of the presidents actually had solar panels fitted at the White House like decades before you would think. Supercar was a great match for Massimo. Complicated, dangerous, hard to control, and very sexy. Girl, you are putting way too much into a car. We stopped downtown at one of the best restaurants in town. We went inside and were greeted by the manager. Massimo told him something discreetly, and the man disappeared before directing us to a table. A while later, an older man with a clean-shaven head appeared. He wore a dark gray suit with crimson lining, clearly hand-tailored. Ew. Sorry, I'm just picturing that and going, what? A dark shirt with the top button undone. On his feet were a pair of breathtakingly beautiful shoes. What have I walked into? This is like a whole other kind of porn now. And I'm all for fashion porn. I really am. I enjoy watching red carpets just for the fashion. I really don't care who's wearing it. Though I will say, whoever designed for Jenna Ortega at the Golden Globes did her dirty because she looked ugly as hell in not a dress that was not flattering and was very, very ugly and made her look 40. Massimo, my friend, he called out, giving the man in black who barely managed to get up a great hug. No stress on the wounds, I scolded the Italian in my head. It's good to finally see you in my country. The men exchanged pleasantries, only recalling that I was there too after a while, because that's not. Carlo, please meet my fiance, Laura. Okay, dude, we need to have a conversation about the fiance thing, because that is not a thing. You didn't put a ring on it. She didn't say yes. So stop with the. Ours is a bit larger than a wallet, more like a paintbrush carrier. You have a solar panel? That is so cool. Is it like a charger kind or like a hardwired kind? Not a wallet size. I have an emergency radio with a solar panel crank handle. That is so cool. I love all things like survivalist gear. I really do. I shouldn't, but I do. But that is so cool. I don't think I've ever owned a radio in my life. I mean, I'm sure my phone would, like, if I downloaded an app, I could pick up radio stations. But I don't think I've ever actually owned a radio. I had a Walkman, the CD kind. About the size of a Pringles can, just shorter. Cool. Fits with her character focusing on the car. Yeah, she's so superficial. Look at my DMs. Charger, it's portable. We have a crank emergency radio flashlight. That's cool. That's cool. I have those those headlight things. They take batteries though. I should check and see if they still work. I have a flashlight that I know where it is and it works. So, I at least have that if the power goes out. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, Nightwolf, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The wallet, yeah, the foldable wallet, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That kind, yeah. That's what I always wanted. Well, I mean, not with that pattern because, I'm a girl. But though I do want to steal the blanket that it's seen resting on. And by the way, Persnickety, if you're around, Nightwolf stole your red blanket. You should get it back. Thunderstorm, Eastern Tornado Alley. Yeah, that's a reason to have emergency. I will say, at least here, tornadoes are something I don't have to worry about because I'm in the city. But if you're I have seen them when we were up at the cottage up north because the cottage is like up on a cliff that overlooks a lake that's in like a crater with shale cliffs, and you would get what we called water dancers in the summer storms sometimes. Just little spires. They're harmless out in the middle of the lake. They never come anywhere near land and they're tiny. But they were just as kids, we used to watch them and to us, it would be like this ballet with the storm and it kept us from being afraid. Because storms out on the lake when you're by yourself are scary when you're little. And you're not quite sure how anything works yet. Yeah, water spouts, I guess they're properly called, but yeah, we called them water dancers. But yeah, Nightwolf, that's exactly what I was talking about. Exactly that. It'd be good to have for emergencies. The man kissed my hand and said, Carol, it's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Carlo like he does. Why did he just call her Carol? It is spelled with a K, so maybe it's a Polish word, but I was a bit surprised that Massimo is friends with a restaurant owner in Warsaw despite not having been here before. You don't know that he hasn't been here before. I didn't hear him say that. You probably won't find my question too unexpected, but how did you guys meet? I asked. Carol shot Massimo a quick glance, and then the Italian replied, his eyes glowing familiarly cold all of a sudden. Work. We do business together. Carlo's people drove you from the airport and protected you while I was gone. Oh, okay, so they're like mob buddies. Of course. Have you ordered anything yet? If not, please allow me to pick something for you, the host said, sitting at our table. Okay, so Carol is another person that I guess it's a guy's name. After several dishes and a couple of bottles of wine, I felt full and completely out of place. Okay, a couple of bottles between two people. She's wasted. So is he. Who's gonna drive? The two men started talking business. Okay, three people, but still. From what they said, I deduced that Carlo was half Polish, half Russian. He invested in restaurants and owned a big logistics company dealing with international shipping. The sound of Carlo's phone interrupted their extremely boring conversation. The host excused himself and left. Massimo focused his eyes on me and reached out, taking my hand. I know you're bored, but this will become a part of your life. You will have to participate in some meetings. You'll be excluded from others. Just great. Great how he's just like, and apparently she's not objecting. He's just like, yep, I fully own you now. And of course, we're eventually going to get married and have a family, and just it's all been decided. And she's just rolling right along. Like, she's very wasted now, but still, what in the actual fuck? I need to discuss some things with Carlo. He lowered his voice, inclining his head my way. But then we'll return home, and I will fuck you on each floor of the apartment, says the guy who just had stitches redone and was warned not to stress them. This is gonna be a theme, isn't it? Also, ripping your stitches open, like, you just guaranteed the scarring is gonna be so much worse. I've never had stitches because I just wouldn't even when I should, but I do know that ripping open things once they start to heal makes the scarring worse. I know that because I done that and I saw it. At least in my case, it was accidental and not from deliberately doing something I shouldn't be doing while I'm, like, letting things heal. Imagine a couple of bottles is the same as a couple of drinks. Yeah, probably. I would imagine them having giant wine glasses that an entire bottle fits into. Excuse me. I felt hot suddenly. I loved rough sex, and the threat of it was something I treated more like a promise worth waiting for. If you like it, is it really a threat? And I ask that as somebody who also likes rough sex. But it's kind of like saying, don't threaten me with a good time. Because I do believe that unless you're walking a little crooked and very sore the next day, it wasn't really worth the time and effort of doing it. But that's me. I pulled my hand out of his grip and took a sip from the glass, leaning back in my chair. I'll consider it. I wasn't asking for your permission, Laura. I was informing you of what I'll do. See, that's a threat. That's an I'm going to rape you threat, is what that is. That's a threat. Oh, wait, I forgot to burn the word Chianti. Hold on. It has to be done. It offends me on playing with things that are mine, okay? I don't like to share. I'm not playing with things that are mine. Therefore, the word Chianti, and should it ever come up again, this rule will be upheld, gets to burn. Didn't totally set the top of the book on fire. I didn't do that. Okay, again, look at the smoke. What kind of paper smokes like this? None of the other books we've set fire to have ever smoked like this. Not just from, like, being lightly torched a little bit. Ugh. think I know where my broom is because I'm going to sweep all this ash up. By the way, this is what the first half of the book looked like. You can see all the pages that have been burned and warped. Playing with fire is fun. Disclaimer, don't play with fire, children. His expression told me he wasn't joking, but it was just one of the things I loved so much about him. And I'm done. I officially don't care if she dies horribly and brutally. He sat back calm and composed, but inside he was burning. I knew the more agitated he grew, the better the sex would be. That is like the most unhealthy statement. And you know, Nightwolf, you could always cuff me up and make it harder for me to play with fire. I don't think I'm in the mood today, I said nonchalantly, shrugging slightly. His eyes drilled holes into me with such intensity I could feel his gaze on me. He didn't speak, but smirked with self-assurance, as if he was asking if I was sure of what I had said. Carlo's voice broke the silence. Do you remember Monica, Massimo? Of course. How could I forget your lovely wife? Why do I think he's had sex with the wife? The man in black stood up to kiss the woman on both cheeks, gesturing towards me. Monica, please meet my fiancée, Laura. The woman shook my hand vigorously. Hey, nice to see Massimo in the company of a woman for a change instead of Mario. I know he's his main man or consigliere or whatever they call themselves, but I can't exactly tell Mario I love his shoes, can I? Despite the age difference, I knew Monica and I get along. She was a tall brunette with a delicate face. It was hard to tell how old she was. She either had alien DNA in her or a really good plastic surgeon. Nice to meet you. I'm Laura, and I was just about to say the same thing about your shoes. Aren't those the latest Givenchy boots? I asked, pointing to her shoes. Monica looked at me with a knowing grin. Ah, I can see we already have something in common. I don't know how interested you are in their conversation, but I suggest a trip to the bar with me. It's going to be fun, I promise. She's already drunk and now they're going to the bar. She laughed, revealing a set of snow-white teeth, and pointed to a spot on the other side of the room. I've been waiting for someone to save me for an hour now, I replied, getting up. Massimo didn't get a word of what we were saying. He shot me a look, seeing me stand. Going somewhere? Yes, Monica and I are going to talk about something a lot more important than making money. Shoes, namely, I said, sticking out my tongue. Well, have fun. You don't have much time. As you recall, we have some things to take care of later. I stood rooted to the spot, staring at Massimo with puzzlement. Things? His eyes grew darker, his pupils dilating. Oh, those things. As I said, Don Massimo, I'll think about it. When I started to leave the table, he gripped my wrist and shot up to his feet, pulling me towards him and pushing me against the wall. They're in public and in front of people. Pushing me against the wall, he kissed me passionately, behaving like there was no one else in the room, or at least as if he didn't care. Think quick, baby girl. There we go. He breathed, tearing himself away from me. I stood for a short while studying him. I have to read the other side first, but don't let me forget. He was someone else when there were people around. He wore a mask that he took off only when we were alone. Massimo sat back at the table and returned to his conversation with Carlo, while I headed to the bar to talk to Monica. The restaurant, despite serving Polish cuisine only, was not one of those rustic wooden shacks with folk decor. It took up the entire first floor of an old tenement building. High ceilings and wide columns holding up the roof gave the room an unmistakably pre-war feel. This is written in 2020. What war? What war that would have affected Poland are they talking about? Like, seriously. There was a black grand piano in the middle of the room, played by an old, elegant man. Everything aside from the instrument itself was white. The tablecloths, the walls, the bar. It all created a cohesive whole. This sounds like the most boring and underrated restaurant ever. Long Island, Monica ordered, perched on a bar stool. Want the same? Oh no, a Long Island would be a bit too much. I had a rough night. A glass of Prosecco for me. I never remember, is Prosecco alcoholic or not? For a long while, our main topic of conversation was her awesome boots and my sneakers. She spoke of this year's Fashion Week in New York, the support she offered to young Polish designers, and how hard it was to find good clothes in this country. But it clearly wasn't her reason for pulling me aside. So you do exist, she said at one point, changing the subject and looking at me with disbelief. Okay, did he just go around for 5 years telling everyone about this fantasy woman? Apparently, yes. For a while, I wondered what she was talking about, but finally I recalled the portraits at Massimo's mansion. I know, it's hard to believe, but it seems so. The only difference is I have blonde hair now. When did he find you? And where? Tell me something. We're dying of curiosity here. Well, Carol not so much, but I'm positively bursting with it. Some time passed before I told her our story, omitting some details. I was gonna say, how do you... Like, seriously, how? Like, the two of them would have to agree at some point if they do end up together, and especially if they have kids. They're gonna have to agree on, like, the official story of how they met and come up with some bullshit. Because you can hardly go around saying, well, he kidnapped me and held me captive and terrorized me for several weeks, and then he abandoned me and I realized I was in love with him. I don't think you can exactly tell friends and family that. Some time passed before I told her story, omitting some details. I didn't know how much I could tell a woman I had only just met. Even feeling like I had known her for years didn't change my approach. You have a difficult task ahead of you, Laura. To be such a man's woman is a great challenge, Monica warned me, glancing at her glass. I know what our men do for a living, so remember, the less you know, the better you sleep. Okay. I'm not joking on ashes. I'm fine, really. Ugh. We're good. As soon as my head stops sobbing. Ugh. But first things first. The fact that you keep defaulting to thinking happening in this book is the most precious thing. Thank you. I'm taking that as a compliment. Thank you. Prosecco is alcoholic. Thank you, Link. One look at me and he captured my heart. Yeah, they would have to. They would have to do some version of this. Oh. You know what? Use the photo because there was a photo of them at Fashion Week that, made the local tabloids say that's where they met. Like, play into that. Really, because what else are you going to do? And then just kill everyone who knows the truth, of course. Okay, so let's try and burn this without... Okay, now hold it up here so I don't burn my hand. And hopefully not burn the next page that I still have to read because it's way at the bottom. But for the third, or I can't remember now, fourth time tonight, once again, it's baby girl because he likes to say that way too much. So, here we go. Okay, it's not on fire. I don't think. No, it is on fire. Okay, it was on fire. I didn't think it was on fire. It slightly was. It's okay. I think it's fifth. I think fifth. I'm not sure. Hold on. It's still smoldering. Hold on. Let me see if I can count. Well, let me see if I can count accurately. Okay, so we definitely had one there. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. This is 4. Forgive me for I have strayed. I'm doing word searches to remain sane. It's okay. I think we're on 4. I think. Oh no, are we on 5? No, are we? I don't know. We might be on 5. I think Cerebellum may be correct. Yep, fuck it. I'm calling it 5. Meaning if we get 3 more, we break the record. And just to remind everyone, we still have 2 ducks available. We still have, I'm going to say handcuffs are still available because we're at like halfway point. Handcuffs are still available, and we still have 2 more opportunities to make a lady chug a drink. If anyone would like to do so, link at the top of the thing, and y'all know the drill. And I believe that completes my mandatory 3rd shout out. Yes, I am a lady. God damn it. I actually very much consider myself a very refined and sensible lady. I always have, even when I was a child. And I used to get made fun of for it a lot. I also used to sit side saddle on the merry-go-round since I was like 3. I remember my aunt asking me how I knew how to do that. I think I told her I saw it in a movie or something, but I was lying. I remember consciously lying to her because I knew she wouldn't. I knew she would have made fun of me for the real answer. So I lied to her and said that I saw it in a movie. She believed it and then went and made fun of my mom. Well, made fun of me to my mom. My aunt's a fucking cunt. I noticed that questions aren't exactly welcome, I whispered, grimacing. Don't ask about anything. If he wants to tell you, he will. And if he doesn't, it means it shouldn't concern you. Wow, that sounds like a recipe for a healthy marriage right there. Yep. Ugh. I don't care how rich you are, I couldn't stand living like that. And another very important thing. Never question his decisions when it comes to security. Oh yeah, just never question him, never want to know what's going on or what his business is or why anything. No, just don't worry your pretty little head. Just be naked on the bed when he gets home and, he'll leave some diamonds when he runs away for days at a time and don't concern yourself when he comes home shot and all that. And, I could not. Could not for any price. She turned to face me and pinned me with her eyes. Remember, everything he does to protect you. Here we go. Once I didn't obey, she said, rolling up her sleeves, and I was kidnapped. I didn't obey. There's like a whole sentence in and of itself. And I was kidnapped. Is she about to like show like some scars or shit. There's about to be some trauma dumping. I'm highlighting like half of this fucking page, so bear with me for a second. Also, like, this is the world's biggest setup. Like, he wanted her to be told this by a woman who's living the life that she is about to, you know, be coerced into. Yeah, seriously, fucking run, girl! Me saying hi to my kids when they've been quiet, their response, nothing to be concerned about. That's not suspicious. Yeah, no, seriously. No. As somebody who I've done a ton of babysitting, especially of tiny children, I know all too well the, oh no, it's too quiet in here. You know, and then you walk in and they're both the kids are whispering in like that little kid way, and when they see you, it's like, what are you doing? Nothing! What's behind your back? Nothing! What were you talking about? Nothing! Give it up. It's like, you want dessert after dinner? Okay, we were just gonna do this and this and... Does that sound like a good idea to you? No. Would your mom let you do that? Yeah! Really? No. No, I did learn... Because I was in this situation where I had 3 kids, all under the age of 8. The oldest was 8. But the little ones had to go to bed at like 8 o'clock, whereas he got to stay up till 9 because he's older. But to put the little ones down to bed, I had to go away from him because he was severely ADHD and he would stand in the doorway dancing and making faces and making them giggle while I'm trying to put them down to bed. And that wasn't working, which also meant if I had to send him away, he had to be in the living room where I couldn't see him because I'm trying to put the 2 girls down to bed, which is also not a great idea to leave the extraordinarily ADHD and unmedicated child where I can't see him. So he was a gamer like me, and I had games that he didn't have. So I would bring Mario Sunshine was his favorite, and I brought it, and I showed it to him at the start of the night, and I said, if you are very good for the next 2.5 hours, when it's time for me to put your sisters to bed and you still have an hour to stay up, you can sit and play this game for a full hour. I will make you your own file that's just for you, and I'll bring this back every week, and you can have a whole hour to play this game by yourself if you are good until then. And wow, did that work. Because he had something that he wanted, therefore he was on his best behavior. And I knew I could go to the girl's bedroom without having to worry because he was parked in front of the TV with the Game Boy controller playing Mario Sunshine, and therefore he wasn't going to move and get into trouble, and it worked. It was possibly one of the best babysitting ideas I ever had, was bribe the child. Children and bribery work very well. You didn't ask what they were doing, you just told them to stop doing it, right? Yeah, I got that a few times from my mom. She's like, I'm not even going to ask. Just stop doing whatever you're doing. You're like, okay. We're officially busted. Once I didn't obey, she said, rolling up her sleeves, and I was kidnapped. I glanced at her wrists, which had old, barely visible scars around them. They tied me with a wire. Carol found me later that day. I've never again second-guessed him when it comes to security or overprotectiveness. $5 says her husband arranged it to teach her a lesson. Massimo will be even worse, believe me. He has been looking for you for years, and he believes those visions of his. He'll treat you as his most precious possession, certain that everyone else is trying to take you away from him. So be patient. I think he deserves it? Okay, this woman has to know that he's kidnapped her. She has to know, because this is too set up. No, kids are not dumb at all. Kids are very smart. They just lack sophistication and overthinking of adults. This is true. But no, kids, little kids are often the smartest people in the room. Believe me. I sat still, mulling over her words. Outside the bubble that being with Massimo had been, I was learning that I wasn't actually living a dream or a fairy tale. Massimo's voice woke me from my pensiveness. Here, ladies, it's time for us to go. We have some important business to attend to. Monica, it was wonderful to see you again. I hope you'll visit us in Sicily soon. We said our goodbyes and headed to the exit. Before we left, Monica grabbed me by the arm and whispered, "Remember what I told you." So we're assuming at some point, because again, this is copied from 50 Shades, which has a kidnap plot in the end. So we're assuming she's going to be kidnapped by somebody else in the end, and it's not going to be okay this time. Her deathly serious tone terrified me. Would someone really want to kidnap me? I can't. Bitch! What the fuck? I'm sorry, but when your whole plot starts with Don whatever kidnapped her, you cannot make the big threat to their relationship that somebody else is going to kidnap her. No! Jesus! Like, no, that is just... No, you're taking stupid and tripling down on it. You're at the blackjack table and you said split and hit on both. Oh. I am not drunk enough. I am not nearly drunk enough. It's almost 11 and I've only had 1.5 glasses of wine. That is like 3 too few. I'm seriously reconsidering the rule that I can't buy myself a drink. I think with this once a week I should be allowed to buy myself a drink. That's not fair. Ugh. Why do I have to have rules in my head that I can't break? Why? Her deathly serious tone terrified me. Would someone really want to kidnap me? Why? But someone had kidnapped her. It could happen to me too. It already did, you incredibly vapid slut. Get in, baby doll. Oh, you... no fair, I can't burn it because it's baby doll and it's not on the list. Let me double check. Nope, not on the list. Damn it. Damn it! Forget I'm putting baby doll on the list. Massimo said, opening the car door for me. I shook my head, chasing away the worrying thoughts, and did as I was asked. Okay, so she's more compliant than Anastasia Steele. You'll drive. You'll drive? You drank. Massimo turned in his seat and stroked my cheek. You drank. I had 1 glass of wine. Now buckle up. I'm in a bit of a hurry to get home, he said, fastening his seatbelt. Okay, I get to call him a fucking hypocrite lying douchebag more than usual because the entire reason he wouldn't let her drive to the restaurant was because she had had, what? 1 glass of wine. That's all she had before they left. She had 1 glass of wine, and he said, you can't drive, you've been drinking. She just said, you've been drinking, you can't drive, but I can, even though I've had 1 glass of wine. And by the way, it said he drank at least 2 bottles. He's saying he only had a glass, and I'm guessing the other guy probably also only ever had 1 glass, meaning she's had at least a bottle and a half of wine to herself in the span of like an hour and a half. But no, she can't drive after one glass of wine, but he can. The guy who, by the way, just had an extensive amount of stitches redone and was given anesthesia. That's all it was called, so we don't know what the fuck he's on that he just mixed with alcohol. And now he's driving. Cerebellum, weigh in, please. Add baby doll, it made me cringe, you got it. And it is on the list. If it comes up again, it goes up in flames. I just made a mistake that is making me flash back to a fucking moment a teacher I liked fucking betrayed me. 2nd grade. I asked the teacher how to spell doll because, forgive me, but to my dyslexic ass, it sounds like it should be spelled D-A-L-L, doesn't it? Doll? Doesn't it sound like all? This was my logic. So I walked up to the teacher, like 2nd week of 2nd grade, and I liked this teacher. I thought she was cool. She was not cool in this moment. Fortunately, we moved shortly after this. But I remember this moment for the rest of my life because idiot teacher, when I walked up to her and said, how do you spell doll? Because I needed to spell it for a thing. Put both her hands on my shoulders, spun me around to face the entire class, and very loudly said, class, this girl doesn't know how to spell doll. Who can tell her? I was like 7. First time I think I ever actually wanted to murder an adult. Never spoke to her again. He does treat her like a doll. It's very true. At this moment, an incredibly wasted doll. But I think she's been drunk a lot more than she's been sober in his company. And reminder that I am not nearly drunk enough. So, Lord High Hypocrite is about to drive. Oh, yeah. And I heard, the worst part was like 3 days later, because this used to be a thing. I don't know if this is a thing in American schools, but in Canadian schools, this is a thing, at least in elementary school, where you would line up outside the class, like wait for the teacher to tell you to come in and like take your seat, like 2 minutes before the bell or whatever. And so the other class was lined up on the other wall across the hall, and I heard kids in that class 3 days later whispering and pointing at me. Yes, it is life goals, Cerebellum, for me to have one of those glasses someday. Oh, put the picture back. It's funny. Unless it was doxing in some way I didn't see, but I don't think it is. But put the picture back. It was funny. But yeah, I really do want to have one of those giant glasses one day, and I want to turn it into an aquarium. Because I think those make a kick-ass aquarium. But yes, reminder to everyone that the chugging limit has been raised to 3 glasses per stream due to the awfulness of this book, and we've only had 1 tonight, so there's 2 still available. The black Ferrari zoomed through Warsaw, and I couldn't stop thinking about his plans. Various scenarios flashed through my head, only strengthening my curiosity and arousal. She should be like passing out. We drove into the garage without exchanging a single word on the way. I felt just like that time when we'd been shopping together in Tormina. The difference was that now I knew he wasn't ignoring me. He was just thoughtful. No, he's drunk and trying to drive and thinking about the various ways he's going to plow you. As we left the car, a security guard approached us. Miss, there are packages for you in the reception on the ground floor. Confused, I sent Massimo a look. He only watched me, narrowing his eyes. Not from me, he said, raising his arms defensively. All your things from Sicily came here with you. We took the elevator to the main hall. The entire space was filled with a sea of white tulips. Lara Bial, I said, approaching the receptionist. There's supposed to be a package here for me. Yes, all these flowers are for you. Would you like me to help you carry them upstairs? Oh, it's going to be former boyfriend, and then he's going to kill him and not tell her, and it'll become a conflict later, right? Mouth agape, I turned around. There were hundreds of tulips. I drew near one of the bouquets and snatched a little card. Does he know what favorite flowers are? And they've misspelled favorite because it doesn't have a U and it should. It read, I went to another, reading another card. Does he know how you like your tea? I grabbed another. Does he know your passions? Terrified, I read card after card, crumpling them all into little balls and stuffing them into my pockets. The man in black stood behind me with his hands crossed on his chest, watching me until I'd read all the messages. You know who they're from. Why would you bother reading all of them? I would just tell the receptionist, please send these to, like, the local hospital and hand them out to, like, kids and, like, you know, mommies who just delivered and, like, old people who don't have anyone visiting them. Like, just please, like, give these away to people that need them. Like, you know what? I said to the receptionist, send these back or throw them away, unless you have a girlfriend. She would be happy if you gave them to her. This is a lot of flowers we're talking about. Spread the wealth. Also, flowers are stupid expensive. I pressed the elevator button. Massimo positioned himself next to me and went inside without a word. Upstairs, I went to the door and took the envelope that was taped to it. I went inside and sat on the couch, turning the white envelope in my fingers, finally raising my eyes and looking at Massimo. His eyes flared with hate and his jaw was working rhythmically. Excuse me. Terrified, I stood and drew nearer to him. He's disrespecting me, Massimo said through clenched teeth as I faced him. Okay, dude, no he's not. Other guy is not disrespecting you because A, it's not disrespect, and 2, other guy has no idea that you are the new guy or that she wants to be with you. Like, you know? Yes. Yeah, that is the type of wine glass I can get behind. Come on, they're only flowers. Only flowers. What's in the envelope? I don't know and I don't care. I cried, frustrated and flinging the envelope into the fireplace. That probably wasn't smart. I grabbed the remote and switched the flames on, incinerating the paper instantly. Better? I gazed at the man in black, but he didn't react. Shit, Massimo, haven't you ever fought for a woman? He has a right to try if he feels like it. And I have the right to make a decision. We're really doing the Edward Jacob bullshit. Like, this is, I blame Twilight for this because at the core of all this bad erotica, Twilight is to blame for starting it all. So this is the bullshit love triangle that we're going to apparently have, which is the most bullshit thing ever. I lowered my voice a bit, holding his face between my hands. And I've already made it. I'm staying with you. Even if a whole orchestra is going to play me a serenade and he's going to sing, it won't change my mind. He's dead to me. Just like that man you shot in the driveway. Girl! Girl! With the... What is that reference? What? No, you whore. I won't change my mind. He's dead to me just like that man you shot in the driveway, which I guess we're saying was real because I was really thinking it was just a scare tactic. Massimo pinned me with his ice-cold stare. I knew he wasn't listening. He jerked his head away and pulled a step back, storming off to the bedroom. I heard him getting something from the closet and stomping back. He passed me on the way, loading his gun. So he hid a gun in her apartment? Like, are we just supposed to forget, by the way, that this is her apartment? And he just has all this stuff there, including guns? The fuck? I'll kill him, he hissed, pulling his phone from his pocket. Terrified by the intensity of his actions, I just stood in place, gaping. I had no idea what to do to stop him. End of chapter. We will be going on, but what do you bet the thing she does is gets in front of him and gets on her knees? I'm betting you anything. In which case, I really need another fucking drink. Alright, end of chapter, stretch. Everybody obey the rules. Stretch. Stretch your arms, stretch your legs, move around, get a drink of water or whatever you got, especially something if it's hot. Blueberry tea sounds like a wonderful idea, so that if you're still pouring, I'll certainly take one. Never actually had blueberry tea, but it sounds amazing. But stretch, move around, get a snack, get some water, go to the bathroom, make sure all the pets are good, windows are closed, all that stuff. Twilight is not as bad as this book. That's true. That is true. Though in terms of stalker and treatment of women, we could certainly do a three-way comparison, and it would be arguable which series comes out. Yeah. I'm honestly surprised he didn't just have the boyfriend whack that night at the club the first night. Instead of putting a roofie or whatever the fuck mystical drug that doesn't exist in his drink, put some arsenic in it. Be done. Puppy's just warm and happy under his puppy bed and on top of his blanket and wrapped up in his sweater, and he's just a happy puppy. Because it is quite cold out here. My back is cold. I think the heat might be off. I don't hear it. I have to stick my hand on it to check, but pretty sure it's off now. Because the room is definitely getting colder. Yeah. Alright. I'm refilling my glass. Unaliving the boyfriend on vacation would be too sus? Why? I mean, I'm saying, like, spike his drink with arsenic, and then when he goes to the bathroom, you drag him out the back door where nobody sees and make sure his body is never found, i.e. cement shoes. Puppy hair. Lara disappears and the boyfriend is dead. Well, nobody has noticed that she disappeared. Just to be fair, nobody actually cared when she went missing. You might have a point. Oh, I think I've seen things like that, said Dale. I don't know if we have that brand here, but I've seen things like that. That might be nice. Chapter 15. Excuse me. As calmly as I was able, I picked up the phone from his hand and put it down on the cabinet next to the door. I took the key from the lock and put it down my panties, keeping my eyes on Massimo. With a burst of... Okay, wait a minute. So he's grabbing a gun. Okay, and apparently pulled his phone from his pocket. I was going, what? Okay, so she took the phone out of his hand, put it on the cabinet next to the door, took the key from the lock and put it down her panties. He's inside. You couldn't just walk out a room, so you having the key doesn't do jack shit. Keeping my eyes on Massimo. With a burst of rage, he grabbed me by the throat and slammed me into the wall. This is the guy she's in love with. Really not drunk enough for that. His eyes were ablaze with desire and hate in equal measure. Poor choice of words. Despite all his strength, I wasn't afraid, because you're very, 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 very drunk. I knew he wasn't going to hurt me. Or at least I hope so. My hands hanging limply, I stood still, biting my lip and staring him defiantly in the eyes. Give me the key, Lara. Take it if you want it, I replied, unfastening the top button of my pants. Do we think for a second he wouldn't have done that anyway? Like, this is a dumb... Massimo slid his hand into my underwear with too much force, his other hand still gripping my neck as I moaned, feeling his fingers on my skin. I could see the hatred giving way to desire in his eyes. Is this better or worse than her getting on her knees, which I still think is going to happen? And choking and slamming and terrorizing a person with a heart condition that faints at the drop of a hat. Yeah. So much that. Ow. I think it might be deeper, I said, closing my eyes. I knew he wouldn't be able to ignore that. If you want to play it that way, baby girl, this is number 6. I have to tell you, I have to read the other side first. Don't let me forget. I have to tell you I'm not going to be gentle. When has he ever been gentle? He warned me, rubbing his finger against my clitoris. All my anger will focus on you, and I'm afraid you might not like the way I'll treat you. So just let me out of here. Okay, who the fuck doesn't know how locks work? Because if they're both inside the room, I don't care if she has the key, you can't lock it from the inside. You turn the handle a little open, he can get out of this room because it's not actually locked. Because it is against fire code to be able to lock somebody in a room from the inside. Doors and locks both don't fucking work this way. At all. In any country. Ugh. Depends on the lock. Some older houses needed a key for both sides. That would be so creepy. Like, genuinely creepy. Who knows the movie The Others? And don't spoil if you've seen, because we're going to screen it sometime soon. Also, Sithale, you got to start joining us for movie nights. We're having a really good time. I shouldn't have accidentally looked down the page. I don't have anything nearby to throw up in. This could be bad. Wait, I'm definitely highlighting that line, by the way. Okay, I will make sure I don't burn the part that I'm going to need for later. I opened my eyes and looked at him. Fuck me, Don Massimo, please. Also, Book can't decide if the word Don should be capped or not. I'm gonna say that it should, since it is a title. Just because it's a mob title doesn't make it not a title. It's still a title. You would cap that. Massimo tightened his grip on my throat and pressed himself against me, drilling me with his ice-cold eyes. I'll treat you like a whore. You understand me, Laura. And even if you change your mind, I won't stop. This is the guy that she's supposedly in love with. What in the actual fuck? And this is the guy that said, teach me how to be gentle. And is now saying, I'm going to violently and aggressively and brutally fuck you because I'm angry and I can't hold myself back. It turned me on. His words, the fear, the knowledge that a man's life would depend on my behavior now. Can we say adrenaline junkie? An internal compulsion I felt only stroked my passion, making me want it even more. And the thought of how brutal and ruthless the man in black could be took my breath away. Again, somehow she can tolerate him being sexually brutal without fainting, but, you know, she faints at the drop of a hat other times. Yeah, also the guy who said she had to ask for it. To be fair, she did. She did say, fuck me, Don Massimo, please. So she did ask for it, but not this. And said, I'll only fuck you when you love me, which she hasn't said I love you. Neither of them have. Excuse me. So do it, I whispered, pressing my lips to his. I'm highlighting the whore line. Oh, my stomach's already getting flippy. I'm wishing I'd eaten about a dozen more Tums. Massimo pushed away, dragging me across the living room and threw me to the couch. He just dragged her by her throat, by the way. He didn't do it with so much ease as if I were a rag doll. He did it with so much ease as if I were a rag doll. Well, there we go. Confirmation that he treats her like a doll. He pressed a button on a remote and heavy blinds slid down all the windows. Then he went to the wall and switched the lights off. Despite the early hour, the apartment was drowned in darkness. I didn't know where he was now. Oh, because he just had to up the creep factor by making it pitch black? Really? 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 Is he about to pull a Riddick and tell us he had his shine job done on his eyes so he can see in the dark? Are we about to hear the hum of, like, Buffalo Bill's night vision goggles? Because I will die. My eyes hadn't adapted to the gloom yet. All of a sudden, I felt his vice-like grip on my throat again and his thumb pressing into my mouth. And this doesn't make her faint? Really? Suck it, he said, pulling the thumb out and replacing it with his throbbing cock. Yep. Yep. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. I called it, and I hate that I'm right. 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 I'm gonna die. I'm definitely gonna die. You'd like to be punished instead of your lover boy, all right? What lover boy? They're over. She told him it's over. It is not her fault that he can't take no for What I hate most, aside from everything I'm about to read, is that he is punishing her for what another man did because another man is interested in her, and he's punishing her for that as if she did something or is somehow responsible for another guy being interested. Because I got into that very stupid situation at school once, and I didn't even know about it for 4 days, because this is literally what happened. I was at school one day, normal bullshit day, and person I didn't even know suddenly attacks me in the girls' locker room. And I mean attack. He came at me full on Fight Club, swinging punches as much as girls can throw punches. But this girl could. I learned later she's gang affiliated. But girl comes at me in the locker room. I don't know her at all. She didn't say a word. She just started swinging. We got into a fight. I pretty much just defended myself because it was very quick and I had no idea what the fuck was going on. And I didn't want to murder this girl and I knew that I was capable, so I chose to do nothing instead of risking breaking her neck, which I knew how to do and would have been my only response because I didn't know how to throw a punch. It got broken up pretty quickly, thankfully, but I had no idea the why. And several people even asked me, like, what the fuck was that about? Because I didn't know and I wasn't gang affiliated, and everybody knew that I was a very quiet, goody two-shoes, teacher's pet kind of kid. So the fact that I was getting beat up at school, that somebody obviously had a something, was very weird. And the teacher even asked me, like, what is that about? And I literally was telling him the truth when I said, I have no idea. Fortunately, my best friend at the school was hooked into all of the gossip. So it took her about a day and a half even, but she eventually found out that the reason rando girl that I didn't know attacked me was that one of the other girls in the gang had a boyfriend. And me and a couple friends had gone to the school playground long after school hours. It was in the evening. It was like a public park then, and we just wanted to go play on the swings. We're all like 12, 13 when this is happening. We have nowhere else to go, basically. So me and a friend went to the school playground. There were some other girls that I didn't know and a guy. On them, they basically started being assholes and throwing rocks at us, so we just left. I didn't think anything of it. I didn't even realize any of them went to the school. And my friend comes back to me and says, yeah, the guy that was there Well, he's the boyfriend of one of those girls. They all go to this school. They are all in a gang. And I guess the idiot boyfriend had said something about finding me attractive. And so the leader of the gang, who was his girlfriend, basically had put out the middle school equivalent of a hit on me and was getting other people to beat me up because her boyfriend said that he liked my body or something like that. It was the dumbest thing I have ever unintentionally been involved in. And of course, everything wound up coming unraveled. The girl and her two besties, the 3 gang members, were all expelled because forming a gang is illegal. And so they were all expelled. Also, they started a fight in school. So they were all expelled. The boyfriend didn't even go to our school because he's older. And it was just it was like the dumbest 3 days I ever had. Because it's like, what the actual fuck? Some idiot guy says he likes me, likes my body, which just means he's thinking about sex. I didn't even talk to him. He didn't even talk to me. I didn't know any of them. And then I'm getting punched in the locker room because some fucking skank ass bitch who fancies herself a gang member at the age of 12 doesn't like that her boyfriend looked at another girl and apparently it's my fault that I was the girl he looked at. How about you punch your boyfriend, you stupid skank? How about you punch him in the face for looking at another girl if you're going to be like that? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I really don't get it. Because anyone I got to fight for, you're not worth it. If you're dating me and you're looking at some other hoe, go be with her. I don't give a fuck. You are not worth it. If you're with me and you're looking at somebody else or saying that about somebody else, I'm done with you. I'm instantly done with you. Go to hell. I never want to see you again. Go be with whoever else. I don't care. But we're done. That happened to your BFF in middle school. We were in middle school too. Yep. Some guy liked her, didn't return the favor. Other girl liked the guy. Girl attacked my friend. Oh, it made her get her hair cut. Yeah, I had a couple of those incidents too, but yeah. That is the worst when you have to cut your hair because I had super long hair most of my life, and when I had to cut it a couple of times, 3 different times, it was for things outside my control, 2 of which were stupid things like that. One of which was somebody else cut my hair out of, like, girl spite, and I wanted to kill her, and let's just say the teacher stopped me before I could stab her in the neck with scissors, but it was really close. Even the teacher looked at me because, again, this is the same school, same time where I was known as the goody two-shoes. So when I very nearly stabbed, what was her name? Her name was Elizabeth Wilson. And when I very nearly stabbed her in the neck in the science classroom, the teacher holding me back was even looking at me, are you possessed? Because he was one of the ones, because he's a science teacher, that I was teacher's pet to, and he was looking at me like I had lost my damn mind. Because I bet you if you asked him out of all 4 classes and like 120 kids who would be the least likely to try to commit murder, he probably would have said me and like 3 other people. Itchy. Yeah, like, why is it girls and women were so evil to each other over men? It's always over men, and it's like, girl, he is not worth it. Like, give it up. He grabbed me by the hair. Why is it always the hair? And pushed himself into my mouth. I wasn't able to take a breath. Oh, this is going to repeat the opening scene that made me puke. No. And I had to, like, eat too late in the day today. This is not good. Oh, I hear the owl. Oh, it's coming back. It always does circles around the courtyard hooing before it settles in. It sounds so nice. It's definitely a girl. They definitely think it's got an egg. He grabbed me by the hair and pushed himself into my mouth. I wasn't able to take a breath. He was moving faster and harder, choking me. Then his cock... Okay, I misread that. Then I thought it said Then his cock retreated, though only slowly, before sliding back in, slower this time, but also deeper. Open your mouth wider. I want to push my prick inside your throat. You know, how far her mouth is open actually has nothing to do with that, you fucking idiot. He said, leaning my head over the headrest of the sofa and kneeling on the sofa. Okay, if anybody... I've seen this in porn, and it's really disgusting, and a guy went to jail for obscenity for doing this in porn with women dressed as little girls who were obviously crack whores. It was Max something, and I think it was in California like 10 years ago. He went to jail for obscenity because even though it was like legally produced porn, he very much was dressing grown women who were clearly junkies, and he was paying them in crack to dress as little girls, and he would choke them with his dick until they puked, literally, or like passed out. And he wound up going to jail in, I think, California. But those porn videos are still out there. They're still around in some places. They didn't get taken down from everywhere. You won't find them on like Pornhub or anywhere that pretends to be legit, but the less legit sites, they're still out there because, you know, the internet's forever. It was Max something. I don't remember. But this is making me think of that because I saw way too many of those videos. I was looking for things back then, so I used to watch a lot of, don't ask me why, but this is one of those compulsive things I did back in the day to try and answer some questions. I used to watch a lot of porn like that of a certain type because I was looking for certain people, and let's just say I found a few of them and stopped looking. Because, you know, I kind of never planned what I would do if I actually recognized anyone. And then when I did, it wasn't good. And I am still to this day missing 6 weeks because of that. And my alters will never, ever, 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 ever tell me what the video was that I recognized somebody in, because they deleted it and they erased the history and made damn sure that I would never find it again, because part of the reason that people have alters, they're there to protect you. So they did. And then I'm missing 6 weeks. And they have sworn that I will never know. But also the person in it was old enough that they have to be dead by now, so I'm taking some comfort in that. I never told anyone that. Why did I just say that? Ugh. Maybe somebody spiked my drink. That would be nice. I really, really want fried chicken right now. I don't know why. But with the really flaky kind of skin where you gotta bite into it like 3 times before you get to the chicken. And usually I don't like that, but right now it would be really good. I clutched at his naked buttocks and pulled him towards me. I felt the tip of his penis touch the skin of my neck, brushing against it and finally sliding inside my mouth. So he's like really bad at this. I moaned, delighted, tasting him, unable to resist touching him. I pushed at him gently, moving him away just a few inches, and grabbed his heavy testicles. I think that's a bad thing. Fondling them and shoving his cock deep in my throat. You are not controlling any of this. Massimo propped both hands over the headrest behind me, panting loudly. I knew I hadn't sated him last night, because that's like so your responsibility. If I tried making him come, wrong spelling. Wrong spelling. If I tried making him come, wouldn't take me more than a couple of minutes. I sucked his cock fast and hard until he grabbed me by the hair and pushed my head away, pressing it into the pillow. I didn't think you'd let me. You didn't think. You didn't think I'd let you finish that easily, did you? Lie down and don't move. He's also holding a loaded gun at this time because she only took the phone out of his hand, so he's still got a gun in the other hand, unless Book forgot about that. I didn't obey him, lifting my head from the pillow, trying to catch his prick with my mouth again. With a growl, Massimo seized my throat and pushed me painfully into the corner of the sofa, rolling me over onto my belly and moving his grip to the back of my neck. He ripped my pants and thong off. You gotta be pretty strong to be ripping some pants off. A thong, not so much, but pants? Want to check how long you last, Laura? We'll see just how much you like pain. So this just took a whole other, turn. This was beginning to sound scary. This was beginning to sound scary. This is beginning to sound scary. He's got his entire weight on her from behind, holding her neck. There are at least 2 episodes of crime shows, and they were both based on real life events where women raped behind, where the attacker put their weight on the back of their neck, wound up breaking their neck by accident, and accidentally murdering those women. It's happened in real life. He is setting that up perfectly. So if she dies at the end of this, I really don't know how we've got 2 more books. But this is the perfect scenario if you want to accidentally kill somebody. This was beginning to sound scary. I jerked, trying to get free, but he was so much stronger than me. The man in black wrapped his arms around me. I knew I should have put the rape warning on the warnings tonight, but I didn't. The man in black wrapped his arms around me and my waist and lifted me up so I was on my knees, my butt sticking up, my torso still on the pillows. His hands whooshed. Words that should not be in your sex book. Whooshed. Through the air, slapping my ass. I let out a yelp, but he didn't stop, holding me by the hair and pressing my face into the pillow, stifling my screams. He hit me again and again. Tell me this isn't copy-pasted from 50 Shades. Seriously. I'm pretty sure, other than the word whooshed, that this is copied from 50 Shades. Word for word. Then gently and slowly slid his middle finger into my pussy, purring with satisfaction. How much more of this is there? The chapter's got too many pages left. God damn it. I can see you like what I'm doing, he said, licking his finger. I adore your scent, Laura. I'm happy you didn't take a shower, he added, his finger finding its way back inside me. I pushed myself up, trying to stand, suddenly ashamed hearing those words, but the man in black's elbow landed on my back, pushing down. Ow! I was embarrassed, cringing. I wanted this to stop. Massimo, let me go right now. You hear me? Do we think he's going to listen? He didn't react, and I screamed on the top of my lungs. Don Massimo, for fuck's sakes. Okay, 2 things. 1, you don't scream on the top of your lungs. You scream at the top of your lungs. And if you're screaming, what you're saying goddamn well better all be in caps. Book needs to learn how to fucking edit. I knew this is where this was going. Fuck! I knew this is where this was going. God damn it! Why don't I have a screamy pillow? I need a screamy pillow. It only made things worse. His rhythmically stroking finger was joined by his thumb, which was pushed into my anus. Your ass is so tight, I can't wait to feel it, he breathed, turning my head to the side. His fingers rushed, picking up the pace, and I found myself in heaven. I didn't want to resist anymore. I didn't want to pull away. It felt too good. This is not how this works. The man in black felt my resistance dissolve and released my hair. He moved the pillow I had been lying on so that it was directly above me now. What? His chest leaned over my back, skin on skin, and his erect cock brushed against my thighs. He kissed the back of my neck and then bit it, his hand still moving inside me. I'll push myself inside you now, Laura. Relax. I couldn't wait. My legs spread obediently. I was so turned on. I was so turned on that if he wouldn't do it himself, I would have impaled myself on his prick myself. I'm not adding any of those words. It's really that badly written / translated. Somebody fucking kill me or drown me in booze. I remind you, we have 2 chugs left on the table. Dear fucking God, somebody get me a drink. Can't breathe. My back hurts and can't breathe. Really, really can't fucking breathe. Wishing I had an inhaler. Jesus fucking Christ. Massimo grabbed my hair again as if thinking I'd try escaping. You misunderstood me, baby girl. I'm burning this entire book eventually. For now, I'll limit myself, but that does make 7. Wait, did we miss one? I missed one. Wait, I missed one. Wait, because it was at the bottom. Did I miss one? I missed one. Wait, I need to play with fire so very badly. I did. It was on the first page. Ha! Ha! I missed actually burning number 6. We're taking a fire break because I need fire, and I don't care. Burn my goddamn up right now. Lighter work. Okay, fire, 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 fire. Okay, a little too much fire. Closing the book for safety to smother. Cynthia, that's a wonderful idea! A duck plushie! That is a great idea! Okay, we officially need to take up a collection for a duck plushie. Yes! Okay, I'm officially doing this. From now until the end of this book, any random amount donated, even if it's 30 cents, even if it's 30 cents, if it's 50 cents, if it's $1, just mark it duck plushie. Any amount at all. And at the end of the book, we'll see how much money we have in the duck plushie fund. And then we'll find a plushie that I can use as the screamy pillow. This is a good idea. I think the book is out. I didn't mark what page we're on. But I think it's okay. It's still smoking. Okay, it burned it a little more than I thought, but oh well. Oh, it actually burned some holes in the part I hadn't read yet. I didn't mean to do that. I genuinely didn't mean to do that. I mean, I don't care, but I really didn't mean to actually do that. Oh, it's still warm. But yes, duck plushie fund. Absolutely any amount. Just mark it. Okay, ashes down my throat. These are the building. That's if they work. I don't know if they currently work. They've been in trouble recently. Yes, they'll totally affect the quality of the rape scene. I gotta start listening to my instincts. God damn it, because instinct told me to put the rape warning up on this, and I didn't know why, because I'm reading it blind, and I didn't know why I had that instinct, but I did, and I was right, and I should have. Excuse me. Okay, seriously, like, actual stomach acid just came up to here. I'm desperately trying not to throw up. Wait, where actually was I? I lost my place. I'm also highlighting the on the top of my lungs. I'm also very amazed these highlighters have held out because, in case you can't see, it's been completely empty for a long time, and it's still going. You misunderstood me, baby girl, so we're gonna burn the already burned page. He breathed into my ear and slowly pushed himself into my ass because this wouldn't cause massive tearing, bleeding, extreme pain, permanent damage, sepsis. I tensed and stopped breathing, and he pushed harder. Notice how she's not passing out from this? Relax, honey. I don't want to hurt you. Despite burned hole, burned hole, burned hole. I'm going to assume it said all he'd said and done. His voice was tender, and something gentle and something. I trusted him, knowing he wanted to please me and not hurt me. I'm sorry, did we miss the part where she's had a prefrontal lobotomy? Because that's the only way I'm getting. She's had a lobotomy, right? And we just missed it. That happened while she was asleep when he first kidnapped her. Is that what's going on here? Because I think it is. My lungs started working again because she would be dead by now. And Massimo's fingers traced back to my clit, massaging it softly. Good, baby girl. Very good. Okay, so that we've got 7 and 8. We've officially broken the record. Now push that ass higher for me, he whispered, and I felt he was already all inside me. Slowly he pulled out and pushed in again, never stopping at the motion of his fingers. I'm trying to get to the end of this goddamn motherfucking stupid ass fucking scene. There's no way they filmed this. There's no way. There's no way, even in a foreign film where you can get away with a lot more sex, there is no way they filmed this with this dialogue in this way. No way in hell. And it's on Netflix. It's on Netflix. I'm never getting over that. This movie's on Netflix. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. But we are going to watch it at the end of this. And there's no way in hell they ever filmed this and on Netflix. Like, there's got to be two versions. There's got to be like the original version of this movie, and then somebody took scissors to it and cut it down to something you could show on Netflix. Because there's no way in hell, even the toned down original version that they could have filmed, wait it to Netflix. The Netflix version has to be the most censored thing in the universe. I'm actually going to look this up. Did Netflix censor the version of 365 Days that they originally bought? Because they have to have, or the pearl-clutching mommies would have burned them in effigy. Jesus! Yeah, also, to Sarah Bellum's point, where's the lube? Yeah, because he's doing anal right now, which, as a friend of mine likes to remind me, requires lube. We argue about this frequently. But that is my business, and a long-standing joke argument that we've had for 10 years, because this is not somebody that I'm with. We're not together. We never were, but we're both kinky people, so we make jokes to each other about kinky things, and he likes a lot of lube, and I don't, and so we make fun of each other, and he makes fun of me, and I make fun of him, and that's how it goes, and this is a thing that we joke over. And somebody said check my email, and I'm checking my email. Aww. It doesn't say what I'm supposed to do. If there was supposed to be a note with this, it didn't come through. So please DM me what I am supposed to do. Because if that's for handcuffs, you're like getting ripped off because that is the amount for handcuffs. But there's only like 20, 30 minutes left. I'm confused. I need a note. I need instructions. Oh, and you're apparently over the dateline for me because it's dated tomorrow. were behind me on time, not ahead. Yeah, that too. Please, you know who you are. Send me a note, privately telling me what I'm supposed to do. This better be over in the next page, or I'm just gonna skip ahead, I swear to fucking God. We do have 2 burnings to do, and it's not getting off of those. And again, they're all baby girl. Everything except for the word Chianti tonight has been baby girl. All right, since it's late, we're gonna blur some lines. All right, since I am determined that we are going to finish this in 3 weeks, check. Where are we on page count? Oh, Jesus Christ, we're really far behind. Okay, next week we'll do better. We've got 2 burnings, and I'm gonna try. Yeah, we can make it to the end of the step. We're actually not gonna be that. We're good. We're better than I thought. We're better than I thought for page count because trying to get through this, and I know what we're reading next, and it's better in my opinion. Though you're all allowed to make fun of me for liking the series we're going to read after this, because it's one that I've probably mentioned before, though I don't think anybody has ever recognized it. But I did enjoy it. I haven't kept up with it. I read the first 11 or 12 and then dropped off a few years ago, but I do like it. I find it entertaining. But it is erotica, and it is, in that vein. But it's wonderful to me. I don't know. It's a sweet pose with me, but we can make fun. But hopefully what we're reading after this series is improved. But for now, before we let me speed through the end of this scene so we can play with fire twice, because I want to get off of this page. Slowly he pulled out and pushed in again, never stopping the motion of his fingers pressing and rubbing, driving me crazy. After a while he stepped up the pace, sliding his free fingers into my pussy. Now he was everywhere at once. I writhed beneath him, screaming with pleasure, and a moment later I felt myself being close. Being close. There's a choice of words. I moaned harder. Said nobody losing their anal virginity with no lube to something this brutal. Blah. Blah. Itchy, 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 itchy. The man in black happily obliged, fucking me so hard that a whole series of orgasms flooded over me. Why is it erotic authors that are women don't know how women work? The sound of his hips hitting my buttocks sounded like applause. I felt him exploding inside me and his movements slowed down. Massimo's entire body shook and he let out a mighty moan, reminding me of a roar of a great animal. Also, what is it? Why is that? Is that a real thing? He collapsed on my back and kept still for a while. I felt his heart pounding as he tried to calm down his breathing. So his heart is pounding, so she should be dead from this. Though we still don't know what her exact condition is, but apparently seeing news that he might be dead makes her nearly die, but her heart is fine, because that's how that works. He slid out and fell to the floor panting, my legs all shaky. I stumbled to the bathroom to take a shower. So he's on the floor. Her immediate thought is go to the bathroom and take a shower. Okay. When I came back, Massimo was nowhere to be seen. Terrified, I ran to the door and grabbed the handle. It was closed. I switched the light on and saw that the key was lying on the floor next to my thong. Don Massimo, wrapped in a towel, was slowly descending the stairs. I didn't want to interrupt, so I used the bathroom upstairs, he said, throwing the towel off and letting it fall to the steps. The view made my legs wobbly all over again. His slim legs ending in that beautiful toned butt. He walked down slowly, keeping his eyes on me. The wounds on his chest, I have to read the other side before we can double burn this, not making him look any less attractive. If anything, they only made him look better. He was perfect, and he knew it. It's worse somehow. Stopping right in front of me, he kissed me on the forehead. Everything all right, baby girl? 9. We've got 9, and 2 of them are on the same page. We might be able to burn 2 of them at once. That would be fun. I need that. I nodded and took his hand, leading him to the bedroom. I need more, I said, laying down on the bed. Bitch, learn how to tape your legs shut. Why is she such a hoe? Massimo laughed and covered me with the duvet. You're insatiable. I like it. To tell you the truth, we forgot to buy condoms, so no can do. What? You don't care? This is stupid. So either I fuck you in that sweet ass of yours again or forget it, because I never stop halfway. And you told me it's too early to have a kid? So I guess they're just a couple now, just permanently a couple, and I guess she's accepting the fiance thing. You know, he never proposed, by the way. I sent him an amused look, making myself more comfortable. So what are we going to do? I asked. What do people in Poland do on Sunday evenings? Sleep. They have to go to work Monday morning, I replied with a smile. Massimo hugged me and reached for the TV remote. So we'll do just that and turn in early. We have quite a day ahead of us. Okay, that's far enough down the page that we have a triple burning to get to. 2 of which are literally, they're literally on the same spot. They're on the same spot. They're on the same spot. They're on the same spot. Because one of them is here on this page, and then one of them is in the exact same spot on the other page. We get to do 2 for 1, and we get a 9 count burning, and we're not done yet. We get a 9 count burning. I'm gonna chug this, and then we're gonna do. We have 3 burnings, but we have a 2-in-1. I'm so happy. This is making up for the horribleness. I'm such a goddamn headache right now. I really have such a fucking headache. I'm never forgiving this book for that scene. That is so far, that just surpassed the flight attendant scene at the beginning for being worst. Absolutely. What am I going to toast to this time? I don't have a second toast. What am I going to toast to? What are we going to toast to? To all things furry and friendly that make life better. Salut. Okay. Okay, that did not want to stay down. Okay, that might still not stay down. Okay. First things first, and this is on the back of an already burned page, but here we go. Okay. Now let's see if we can really do 2 for 1. And yes, cheers, Nightwolf. Thank you so much. Well, let's see if we can do 2 for 1. It's probably going to burn onto the other side I haven't read yet, but who cares? Because I can make up better dialogue than this has. So here's that was 7, this is 8, and hopefully 9 at the same time if we hit it just right. Let's try. 3, 2, 1, burn. Whoa, I didn't do that. Okay, I barely touched it. I barely touched it. Okay, you saw that. I barely touched it, and like, I didn't do that. Okay, I really didn't. I barely touched it. No, I'm not okay. And you know what? I've just decided I'm gonna, even if I'm alone, I'm gonna watch a movie after this. So anyone who feels like watching a movie in the next like half hour, don't ask me what yet because I don't know. Hey, we got it. It worked. It worked. It burned both sides. We got 2 for 1. We are awesome, and we got a record. Now I'm happy. I really didn't think we would break the record, but we didn't. No, I just read a scene of somebody committing severe anal rape while breaking a woman's neck. No, I'm not okay. She should be in incredible pain, bleeding, and getting septic while cursing his name and shooting him with the gun. By the way, did we notice that he had a gun in his hand and then it just mysteriously disappeared? She took the cell phone out of his hand, not the gun. So what happened to the gun he was loading as she was getting her slut on before he got his violent rapist on? So we'll do just that and turn in early. We have quite a day ahead of us. I lifted myself on my elbows and shot him a worried look. What do you mean? I have some things to take care of with Carlo. I want you to accompany us. We need to go to place I'm not even going to try to pronounce. If anybody knows how to pronounce this and you can spell it phonetically for me, I love you so much. But here's how it's actually spelled. I'm not making this up. SZCZECIAN. I'm fairly confident this is a real place. I just have no idea how to say it, and I don't want to offend everyone who's there. What is this? So the hell are you calling the fire department on me? I barely you saw! You saw! It's on film. It is on video. I barely touched it and it went whoosh. I did not do that. We need to go to... We could fly, but I know how you hate that, so we'll meet him there. Unless you want to stay, but my guys would have to keep an eye on you then. That reminded me of what Monica had said. Carol's people would protect me. No, mine. I bought an apartment on the other side of the street, so they're as close as they can be without bothering you. Each room has cameras, too, so I know what's happening here while I'm out. And they can have an eye on you, too. Wait! Did he just oh so subtly say that there are cameras in every room of her new apartment? Yes, yes, he did. Who knows the blacklist? The guy with the apples in season 1. Yeah, see, I don't see that's the thing. I don't because I know it has to be in this certain accent to sound right, and I don't even begin to know how to say that, and I genuinely don't want to offend anybody by saying it really, 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 really wrong. And I can't hear it because I can't. Part of my kind of dyslexia is I can't hear if I'm just reading it. I can't hear the sounds that letters make, and that's why I was so fucked up as a kid. And people were like, "Well, just sound it out." And I want, man, to this day, anyone saying "sound it out," I want to punch them in the face because it's like, what part of I can't do that? Don't you fucking understand? That or idiot teachers going, "Well, if you don't know how to spell something, look it up in the dictionary." Well, I need to know how to spell it before I can look it up in the fucking dictionary, you fucking ass clown. Like, I'm sorry, but telling somebody who goes, "I don't know how to spell this," to look it up, that's the dumbest fucking shit you can say, because I need to know how to spell it to look it up, you fucking moron. When I finally screamed at a teacher in high school for saying this thing because I lost my temper, and I screamed at him, thank God he had a brain in his head and admitted that I had a fucking point. So he came to a deal that if I didn't know how to spell a word, yes, I should have to look it up to quote unquote learn, which was still bullshit. But he did say he would at least give me the first 3 letters of it, because usually that was close enough to get me there. Though there were times where I would go to him with the dictionary and be like, okay, it's this one or it's this one, and I don't know which, and they have the first same 3 letters, so you have to tell me. Which he did abide by. And I still think it's bullshit to make the dyslexic kid go look it up, because you're literally just like disability shaming at this point. And it's like, we don't learn how you learn, you fucking moron. Just tell me how to spell the goddamn stupid word. But at least he was better than the years I had English teachers that said, well, I don't believe in dyslexia, you just need to try harder. It's amazing I never murdered several people in high school. They don't mean in a school shooter kind of way, I mean arsenic in their coffee kind of way. Excuse me? Aren't you overdoing it, Don Massimo? We got like 4 pages left, by the way. We're going to the end of this chapter. It's got like 4 pages left, 5 pages left, and then we're done for the evening. But I am going to screen a movie very late because I need something to unwind and laugh at, so it's going to be funny and light. So join me in the movie room if you want to laugh at something silly that I am going to put on. Oh, I know just the movie too. Oh, I hope I have it. Hold on. I got to look at something for 5 seconds. Please, 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 please. Oh, please let me have thought I hadn't already downloaded this. Yes. Yes. I've got it. Yes. Yes. One of my favorite movies. Yes. We're going to have fun. We're going to have fun. I'm going to laugh at the thing. Excuse me. Aren't you overdoing it, Don Massimo? He only rolled over on the bed with a laugh, throwing his leg over me. Don Massimo. By the way, on one line, the upper line, not capped on the word Don. Next line capped on the word Don. I'm gonna start keeping track, I swear, but we're like halfway done. I'll start keeping track of that in the next book. Why not Don Torricelli if you want to keep it official? How's your little hole feeling, by the way? He asked, running his hand between my buttocks. Just to be clear, Laura, I still want to kill him, and I'll do it if he disrespects me again. Nobody disrespected you. I fell into thought, gazing at Massimo. Is it just so easy to you? To kill a man? I'm sorry, but you're fucking shocked by this? Really? She's too stupid. It's never easy, but if there's a reason, it becomes bearable. Let me talk to him. Massimo took a deep breath and rolled onto his back. Oh, here we go. She actually says it. Massimo, period. I love you. Well, there you go. I stopped abruptly, suddenly realizing what I had said. He sat up, his eyes studying me carefully. I faced him, closed my eyes, and dropped my head. I wasn't ready for that, but I said it, and it was the truth. Really? Paging Dr. Floyd. With a finger, he raised my chin and said in a serious, controlled voice, "Say it again." For a long while, I tried to catch my breath, but the words stuck in my throat. I love you, Massimo, I finally managed. I first felt it when you left me on Lido, and then I grew absolutely certain when I learned you'd been killed. I loved you after I thought you were dead. I've been pushing it away because you kidnapped me and kept me against my will. Sort of, kind of, maybe. Depends on your interpretation. Blackmailing me? No, he wasn't blackmailing you. But when you allowed me to go, which he didn't and you didn't, that's a lie. That is an outright lie. That never happened. The only thing I could think was how to stay with you. And how is there still 100 pages after this? This is like the end of the book, like revelation. How is there 100 pages? Book doesn't know how to book. As soon as I finished talking, I felt my eyes well up with tears. It was such a relief telling him that. Massimo stood up without a word and left the room, vanishing into the closet. Yeah, that's the response to "I love you." Just get up and yeah, that what? Great, I thought. Now he's going to pack his things and leave me. Shoot me. Fucking shoot me. Okay, we got a page and a half left. I miscounted. I was looking on the other side of the page. It's a page and a half. I sat on the edge of the bed and covered myself with a towel I grabbed from the floor. When Massimo arrived again, he was wearing joggers and held something in his hand. Oh, he's gonna propose! He's gonna propose! It's a ring! He's had a ring this whole time that he had designed years ago just in case he ever found her, and he carries it with him everywhere. It's gonna be that. He's gonna get down on one knee. I bet you anything. It wasn't supposed to go like this, he said, kneeling in front of me. Lara, I'd like you to marry me. His fist opened, revealing a little black box. Inside was the largest diamond I'd ever seen in my entire life. Because, of course, none of these guys can just buy a simple, basic ring. You know, I realized late last year that my perfect engagement ring is actually in a movie already, and it's in a scene with two characters that I like, both of whom I would screw. One of them is dead now. But my perfect engagement ring made it into a not critically acclaimed early 2000s movie. And ironically, between two people, one of whom, at least for sure, I've mentioned on the stream because I didn't know they were dead, and I was upset when someone told me they were dead on this stream not so long ago. So there's one of them. And look for an early 2000s movie they were in where they proposed to somebody, and that's my perfect engagement ring that happened to wind up in this movie between two people that I've had crushes on for a very long time. And if anybody figures out what it is from that, I will think you are the smartest person in the history of ever. Largest diamond I'd ever seen in my entire life. Shocked, I gaped at it, unable to utter a word. Felt my blood pressure rising and my heart thumping dangerously fast. The anal rape didn't do it, but this makes her heart beat. She's going to faint again. A wave of nausea overcame me. Don't tempt me. Massimo quickly realized what was happening and reached to the end table and stuck a pill under my tongue. This makes her faint. This makes her faint, but nothing else. This motherfucker. Fucking skank. Whoever wrote this, I hope you die in jail. I won't let you die before you accept, he said in a whisper, pushing the ring onto my finger. That doesn't mean yes. I felt the tension leaving my body, and I felt better by the minute. Massimo wouldn't back down, though. Still kneeling, he waited for my decision. Well, once you shoved the ring on... But I stammered without a clue what to say next. It's too soon. We don't know each other. And we've started out on the wrong... I was babbling. I love you, baby girl! We get 10! We get 10! We're in double digits. I'll always protect you, and I'll never allow anyone to take you away from me. That is more threatening than it is comforting. I'll do everything to make you happy, and you won't ever have to worry about anything. If I'm not with you, Laura, I'll never be with anyone else. I believed his every word. I knew it all to be true. And I knew how much all that romantic openness was costing him. You're alone! Did I have anything to lose? For my whole life, I'd been doing what others expected of me, or what was the most appropriate. I never took risks, fearing changes and afraid of letting others down. Besides, it's a long way from proposal to a wedding, meaning I'm uncommitted, but I'm saying yes just to see where it goes, which don't do that. That is the worst, and I feel bad for the men that happens to, genuinely, because if you're not willing to, go all the way to the wedding and say I do, don't say I do to the proposal. Just don't. It's mean. Yes, I breathed, falling to my knees too. I'll marry you, Massimo. How is there 100 pages of this crap left? The man in black dropped his head and exhaled. Jesus, what am I doing? I asked myself, leaning back against the bed. We're complicating things a lot with this, you know. Okay, that line is just delete. He didn't respond, and his head didn't even twitch. Listen to me now, Massimo. I need to finish what I started. Martin and his life mean nothing to me now, but I still don't want you to make unnecessary mistakes on my account. You have me. I'm yours and only yours. And only I can make him understand that. Oh, so let me go to him and say, if you don't care, then let Massimo cut him into little pieces and throw him in whatever river is there. If you don't care, you don't care. You clearly care. Oh, this is so bad. A relationship should be about trust and sincerity. So if you trust me, you'll allow me to talk to him. Because I can make Jacob realize it'll never work between us, and that he doesn't need to go to war with the Cullen clan, with the wolves, to make the thing, and you know what I'm saying. But this is so that, Twilight, you got so much to bloody well pay for, and this is only the beginning. Massimo lifted his head and sent me an impassive look. Even now, even at a time like this goddamn piece of shit is between us. The boyfriend we've heard about 3 times! Who doesn't matter! We should have had oft in the, side notes. I'll only allow you to see him to get rid of that maggot once and for all. We're even stealing the word maggot from 50 Shades. Oh, okay. It started snowing there? Okay, this is worth my noticing as well. 1, please keep warm. Please keep safe. Make sure the windows are closed and, all the other stuff with all the blankets and the warm clothes. But also, I happen to know that Link is geographically, we're far in terms of airline travel, but we're not so far in terms of actual landmass. So if it started snowing there's a good chance it's going to start. I haven't even looked out the window in several hours. Let me finish the page, then I'm going to look out the window and see if it's snowing here, because we're not so very far apart. I mean, the Great Lakes are between us, but I'll allow you to see him to get rid of that maggot once and for all. If you fail, we'll do it my way. That's just a flattering thing to say on an engagement. I knew he was being serious. I had exactly one chance to save the life of my ex-boyfriend, or Massimo would take it. Why do you care? Why do you care? Why do you care? Thank you, darling, I said. Wait, is darling on the list? It is! Darling is on the list! Oh, technically it's darling girl. Fuck! Fuck! Now come. As my fiance, you have a lot more duties? What? We didn't make love that night, but it wasn't necessary. Closeness and love were all we needed. End of chapter. We didn't make love. That's accurate because he raped you. Hold on, I need to hide some things before I set fire to the world. And the jumping between like first and third person is still just so bad. And what are her duties as your fiance or wife? Because I'm assuming those are interchangeable. Wait, where did it say baby girl? I know it said it. Where did it say it? No, wait, where did it say it? Because I had to read the back of the page. So where is it? No, I'm not insane. Where is it? Wait, seriously, am I fucking out of my mind yet? I swear it said it and that made it 10, so where is it? There it is. I found it. 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 So this is number 10. This is our official record. 10 burnings in one. And all of them, except for the one that personally offended me, have been baby girl. All of them. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Burr, burr, burr. Okay, so is the trick to this to not letting it catch fire just put the fire really close? Because that didn't spread at all, and I had the lighter like right there. This is apparently the way to do it. I think we've cracked the code of what the fuck this is printed on. Because clearly this book was raised by Satan. And so it's on some demonic type of parchment that is fueled with brimstone and sulfur and hellfire. And that's why it burns the way it does. And that's why it smells the way it does and smokes so much. I think we've cracked the code. That is going to do it for tonight. We came very close to making page count. I will make it up because we're going to be done with this book in 2 weeks from now. But then there are 2 more. Oh, we're 10 pages short. Okay, I'm going to have to speed read, but we'll do it. We will do it. We are strong and we are brave and we are proud and we are kick-ass women and men who support us, and therefore, yeah, we go and do things. Because we are mighty and we have powers the rest of the world doesn't understand. So that is going to do it for this evening. I am going to jump. I'm going to take a brief break, grab a snack and some water, and then I'm going to jump into the movie room and watch a movie. And anyone who wants to join me, you're perfectly welcome to, because that would be nice. I'm going to watch something fun and lighthearted, and we're all going to relax and have a good time. So I'll be there in about 5 minutes for anyone who wants to join on the Discord. But thank you all for being here tonight through this very awful time, and I'm making note on our list that the burn count record is in the page is not big enough, is currently 10, and all of them except for my personal need to burn the word Chianti were baby girl. All of them. I'm starting to think we need to expand the list a little more. No, we did add baby doll. No, but we didn't get to burn it because it only came up once. So if it comes up again, it's burnable. But we'll see. So I hope everyone, please, because I think everyone in the chat, I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat is well in the path of this storm and the extreme cold expected this weekend. So please take care of yourself, take care of your pets and any little ones, and local neighborhood furries who maybe need to come in for a couple of nights because they're strays and they don't have anywhere else to go. You can take them in and let them just be warm and not die. That would be good. So please be good to furry animals that don't have a home, and stay warm and stock up on things, and do all the good things that we hope people do. We still need a name for Orion's slave girl duck, but Sethiel gets first dibs on what to name it. But he's got a week, so we'll see. And we still have Mr. Spock duck and Chicken Jockey duck waiting to be sponsored. Those are the last two. And more ducks will be on the way. I'm gonna wait until at least Monday to order new ducks because it's not gonna make any difference, especially with this weather. Waiting a couple days, and I'm hoping I can. I'm hoping with Valentine's Day coming up, maybe the ducks will be. I can get a discount or like some kind of coupon code. Because I'm always, I'm a coupon girl online a lot, so we'll see. But more ducks will soon arrive. So if you have any suggestions for, I would like to see a duck of this, just leave it in the Discord, leave it in the comments. I will try to write it down, and I will make a duck out of it. I'm very creative and I'm very artfully adept. So if you have a suggestion that you would like to see a pink flamingo duck, I will make that happen. I can make that happen. So again, if you have duck suggestions, please leave them in the Discord, in the book club tab. And when we get new ducks, I will priorities first, suggestions first. So if you have suggestions for how to paint a duck, let me know and it'll happen. Especially if any of those are Pokemon, because there are a few Pokemon that I think would fit a duck quite well. Which is not to say that there are a few duck Pokemon. I'm not just limiting to those. I very much want a Pikachu duck. Okay, I want there to be a Pikachu duck, but we'll see. And so yeah, leave any suggestions. And if it's a character from something else that I might not know, please provide a picture or at least some kind of reference, and I'll do my best by you. But yeah, join me in the movie room in about 5 minutes, and we'll watch something lighthearted and fluffy for anyone who wants to join. Until then, everyone, please take care of yourself, especially right now with the snowstorm. Stay warm and safe, and love your fur babies, and take in the neighborhood fur babies and keep them warm, and make sure you got enough to eat and blankets, and in case the power goes out, you got those solar electric things to put in the window. They really got to get one of those. But until then, thank you everyone for being here, especially tonight. I am so goddamn dissociated right now. I'm not going to remember any of this, and it has nothing to do with being drunk. Which I'm not. I'm not even drunk, but wow, I'm dissociative as shit right now, and I know it. But thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for helping me get through this horrific book and the two that will follow it. Don't ask me why I do these things, but there is better times to come. So until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club, and you are all the best chat in the history of the entire world and the best friends a girl could ever have. Thank you so much. Love yourself. Love on a fur baby. Until next week, leave your duck suggestions in the Discord, and I will make your dreams come true as best I can. Bye bye.